This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to live coverage from the Kia Oval of this decisive 4th day in this top-of-the-table clash between Surrey and Essex. It's intriguingly poised. Essex are 2 down, still needing 340, so Surrey in the box seat. We're hopeful of a broadly weather uninterfered day. There's the possibility of a shower or two this afternoon, but I think we should be set fair, and it promises to be a real humdinger of a finish. If you didn't catch any of yesterday's intriguing play, then here are the highlights.
Oh, that's just past a diving third slip, brings up Surrey's 50. Nice use of the feet, finds the gap. That's going to run away to the boundary. Smith has been the standout batter for Surrey in this match. That's a glorious shot from Smith. He's barely touched it, really. Full face of the bat.
Well, that's in his hitting zone. Beautifully put away, nevertheless. But it was there for the shot. A bit too full on the pads.
And Smith this time uses his feet to advance down the ground. First ball after the resumption. It's full from Porter. Snater continues and that's caught. Edge by Folkes. Pushing away from the body. Snater strikes with his first ball after the rain delay. And that's guided through the gully region. All along the ground for 4. A second boundary for Jamie Smith since the rain delay. Pushed through the offside. dismissively from Jamie Smith. Not a lot wrong with that ball from Shane Snater, maybe a fraction short. Fuller, and that's driven in front of square, and it's 4 more for Jamie Smith, and that brings up his half century, the second time he's passed 50 in this game. And there's that shot again through mid wicket, slightly straighter from Porter.
And he's found the gap. Well, you can have 2 fielders back. If you hit it well, you find the gap. 4 more, 10th boundary for Jamie Smith. Beautifully played. Well, that's the best of Jamie Smith.
Pulled to the man at deep square leg. It's really well caught. Aaron Beard, the fielder, I think. Smith looked to be aggressive all innings. It's an appeal given. Fuller from Bosch, and Sudharsan looking to flick it through the leg side. Feathers it through to Pepper behind the stumps.
Batters out these days a long way down. Useful runs there for Patel. 4 of them, short boundary. That's a lovely shot. Slowing up, but hit well enough to give Patel his second boundary of the over. That's neatly played by Clark. 4 more.
I have the answer, Simon.
That's nicely played, but at least a couple there. Might go for 4. And it has gone for 4. Crunched away. That's thumped away by Clark as well. Lead over 250. And that's a lovely way to bring up the 50 partnership. Eased away by Ryan Patel. Short ball. Short ball again. Biffed away. That's going out to the boundary of 4. There's that short ball again. And is this going to be the wicket? It is! There we go. 500 for Jamie Porter in first class cricket. Oh! Threw him first ball. First ball for Laws. Suddenly it's 8 down.
Porter continues. Driven, delightfully from Ryan Patel. Just straight of the man at mid-off. Bit of width from Porter. Patel drives firmly through the gap in front of square on the offside. That's a glorious shot. And it didn't. Pace off from Bosch, and that's driven. This time to the right of the man at deep extra cover. Width from Bosch and punished by Ryan Patel. Short, pulled, and into the gap. Another boundary for Ryan Patel. That's knocked into the leg side, and this time Patel will take the single. He brings up his half century.
Oh, now where's that gone?
That has gone for 6. That has gone a long way back. Oof. He was in this slot. Pretty much everyone back. Short. And 6 more. Patel is really targeting that short boundary. Bowled him. Fuller from Simon Harmer fired in, and he's uprooted James Taylor's off stump. Taylor, who'd batted resolutely up until that point. Oh, that's cut over the man at backward point.
Thwacked away, and that's 4.
A rare full toss, that one.
Goes again. And that's 6. He's certainly got a chance of 100. Here we go, 87. Cracked away beautifully for 4 more. 91 to Patel.
Oh, that's handy.
That's just what you want to do, isn't it? Everyone's out. And it's gone away for 4. That's absolutely perfect for Ryan Patel. No shot could have been played more perfectly. There it is. Magnificently played. A wonderful innings from Ryan Patel. He came in with the game in the balance. And he's produced the second 100 of the match. An innings of real quality. Or lost if he got out early on. It's hit really well as well. Crunch down the ground.
The field stays back.
Got him. It's all over. Tossed right up by Critchley. So 361 to win.
Got him! Parried by the man at third slip, safely into the hands of Ben Folkes. Jordan Clark has an early breakthrough. Nick Brown departs for 9. Essex 11 for 1. Edge, but along the floor from Dean Elgar. That's well played. It's raced away to the boundary. Third place. Bowled him! No shot on offer from Ethan Bosch. And Jordan Clark picks up his second wicket of the evening session. It's another leave. Wesley does well to get his gloves out the way. And that ends an outstanding day for the reigning champions and current table toppers against their closest challengers.
Surrey's day then yesterday, putting them in the box seat in this one. We are almost ready to go here. The umpires did take out their light meters and checked from both ends, but as of now we are good to go. It is pretty dank and leaden skied out there at the moment. It's been like that for much of the morning. As long as it stays just the right side of bad light, the lights are not yet on, then Surrey, you imagine, with Dan Worrell, the magus, the magician, will be none too displeased at all by the overheads here, and the pitch as well has offered a little something to the seamers throughout the game. So it's hard yakka, you would say, for Essex. Tom Wesley came in last night in a maelstrom, really. 2 down already. He'd had a tough day as captain, and he managed to get through to the close with Dean Elgar. So these two will resume, and it will be Dan Worrell from the JM Finn stand and the old Vauxhall end as we look at it. And you feel like if Essex are going to get anything out of this day, the whole cliche, this first hour and a half is absolutely essential. These are their 2 main men. Jordan Cox, of course, incapacitated, so they're effectively playing with 10. And Dean Elgar, you would hope, from an Essex point of view, will be hunkering down in characteristic fashion. You could not probably ask for a better opening bat, better option for this particular line of work. 340 needed is nominal, you would feel, at this point, but you never know. 95, 96 overs to bowl in the day. I don't think Essex will be thinking about that target. Having said that, he's punched beautifully through the covers for the first boundary for a longish half volley from Dan Worrell. Good morning to my co-commentator Nathan Johns, formerly of the Irish Times, cricket correspondent for the Irish Times, once upon a time. Now hot-footed it to London, making his debut on the Surrey comms today. Morning, Nathan.
Morning, Phil. Delighted. Thank you for having me.
It's an absolute pleasure. So, after this delivery, I'm going to come to you because this game is intriguing, not just between these two teams, but the context of the whole championship. And appreciable bounce and lift immediately from around the wicket. How do you see this one playing out?
Oh, I think, well, there's probably only one way, especially when the opposition's best player is, as you said, incapacitated in hospital. So like, yeah, you'd back Surrey from here, but you never know. Dean Elgar, if there's many players in this competition who you would back to bat out a day, and he wouldn't be too far off the top of that list. So we'll see. But yeah, definitely advantage Surrey.
That will run away for 4, misdirected by Dan Worrell. He was just finding his radar in the early stages. I think Essex will probably take some comfort from how they went last week against Durham, when they comfortably enough batted out the final afternoon, finishing up just 2 down to take a useful draw. Of course, 8 points for a draw this year in the Championship, and so there's real incentive to avoid defeat, and of course all the more so in this one, the 48-pointer as it's been called. You feel like Essex have to try and get through this one in order to keep some kind of tabs on Surrey, who are threatening to run away with it. So Essex will be thinking draw, and then anything on top of that would be an unexpected bonus.
It's a fascinating field here from Surrey this morning. They've almost got sort of, what would you call that, a leg gully in there behind square on the leg side, and you're almost thinking, well, you know, he hasn't got anyone back for the short. Well, he's got spine leg back, but he hasn't got the second man back on the hook. So you're wondering, is that, we did see that one with that variable bounce a few deliveries ago, is that why he's in there?
Yeah, it's a good point you make. 3 slips, conventional, but that leg gully, it's Ryan Patel, man of the moment, in there. Definitely a catching position with the angle, right arm round into the left-hander. Anyway, first one done today, and 8 useful runs for Essex, 4 off the bat. And you imagine it will be Jordan Clark, who's been so effective in this game again and throughout the season. What a diamond he is for this team here, and it will be Jordan Clark. Picked up 2 for, of course, last night in a chaotic 6-over spell. It was fabulous cricket to watch. And Nick Brown will have his feet up for the course of the day, wondering how the fates conspired against him. A parried catch and a brilliant reaction by Ben Foakes to get rid of him in the gloaming of last night. So Tom Wesley, a lot of pressure on the skipper's shoulders. It's a funny thing, isn't it, Nathan, that we look at this game, this top of the table clash, and Essex's gun middle order player is hopefully now convalescing, having, we gather, had his appendix removed after complaining of severe pain, I think in the first hour actually of the game, and 3.5-4 days on, Essex are playing with 10. That's certainly gone late and parried by Ben Foakes, but not enough on it to prevent. In fact, it was edged but down, so it did just run off the face of the bat.
Always tricky, aren't they? Landed, 6 inches in front of the keeper. It's that late change of direction off the face of the bat.
Yeah, it was a slightly curious delivery because there wasn't too much reaction from the fieldsman. Yeah, just trying to withdraw the bat. Thankfully for Tom Wesley, it's a false shot, but went down, and so he'll pick up 4. He's away at least. And again, look at that. Significant, appreciable bounce.
A lot of variable bounce this morning. That's 2 deliveries now we've seen just rear up. We've seen a few, obviously that one off the face of the bat, but in the previous over there were a few that died a little bit on Foakes. It's yeah, but whatever about this, the seeming nature of the pitch, it remains very two-paced.
It does, but again, it throws up fascinating cricket. And if you're able to make a day 300, as Ryan Patel did from number 6 yesterday, then it's far from an unbalanced pitch. You just have to find your way around it. Patel was superb, just as Jamie Smith was for his 70 and of course his first innings 100 as well.
Well, it's that great word you used in the previous over, hard yakka. Brilliant word, that.
I get told off for using that, actually.
Oh, do you? Oh, no, I won't tell you off. I love it. It's always a strange one. It's one of those ones that sound brilliant and then you write it down and it looks slightly ridiculous.
Yeah, oh indeed. Many elements of cricket's lexicon are ridiculous. That's why we love it. Fullish, and that is Wesley's speciality. Beautifully hit through mid-wicket. There are no better players of that shot in the English game.
Yeah, a bit of a gift. A little bit sloppy to start here from Surrey. We saw Dan Worrell in the previous over offer up a half volley outside off. This one's a lot straighter, but just leaking a few runs this morning. I suppose they do have, like we said, they had 340 runs to play with to start the day, but it's a little bit sloppy in these first 2 overs.
Yeah, I guess looking for that magic ball, prepared to give up a few, prepared to over-pitch, searching for that late swing. And that will be, you feel, as another over ticks by, just 2 gone, that will be Wesley's modus operandi, you feel, today. Anything on his pads, he'll pick up runs. But anything wide outside the eye line, he'll throw his hands away from the ball and just hopefully watch it go by. The umpires are conferring, and the light has definitely dropped. The artificial lights are now on as well. And there is a little bit of mizzle in the air, my producer tells me. Yeah, thumbs up. Maybe it should be thumbs down, but this is I think going to be the nature of it for the first couple of hours today. Determined to play through it, which is good to see. And I think Dan Worrell won't be too disappointed by that single, with his kind of trademark away swing, late away swing. Just because you know what's coming down at you doesn't mean to say you can do anything about it. He will fancy bowling at Tom Wesley. Umpires conferring again, and no surprise to see Tom Wesley turn on his heels and head for the sanctuary. And so I'm afraid, after just 2 overs and a single delivery, we have a break in play. So covers are coming on, so there's definitely just a bit too much rain in the air. We can see it, yeah, with the naked eye as well. Forecast is a bit patchy.
Yeah, I think I read earlier about 12 o'clock is we're definitely due something, and then after that it's hopefully clear.
Yeah, I've seen, as ever, 1 or 2 conflicting forecasts. There's a cricketing press box culture war between various different apps.
Well, which app are you on?
Well, I'm an AccuWeather guy. But others swear by the Met Office, others throw shade at the BBC's. I saw a forecast this morning saying exactly that. But then when I got in, one of our producers showed me a conflicting one saying it might actually be a bit iffy around lunchtime onwards. We shall see. I think it's going to be an off and on day, but Surrey will feel that they have 94 overs in the tank here, and even with some pause in the play, they will still feel like they will have plenty of opportunity to really get stuck in to Essex's 10 men. So with the game as it is, Essex 38 for 2 and just 13 deliveries possible this morning. We're going to take a short break, but of course we'll be back in due course for the resumption, and there will be one, folks, so stay with us, keep an eye on developments, and we'll be back hopefully as soon as possible.
let Nell know that outside by any chance or not? I don't know whether to have this pointing, which way to have it pointing, front out or back out. We've had it back out before, it's better. What, front hanging out, yeah? Well, hang out, back out. Is that any better or not? What?
Well, the very good news, as you can see, is that play is about to resume at the Kia Oval. Whether it's good news for Essex, I don't know. Perhaps they'll be happy to see that cloud and rain all day, because this is a very important fixture. Surrey desperate to get out there. The situation is, in terms of overs lost and overs remaining, 21 overs have been lost. So we started with 96 overs in the day. Excuse me. We've had 2.1. So Surrey have got that length of time left to try to force a victory in this game. Hard to see that Essex have enough time to win from here, but we won't rule that out. 361 is their target, as we know, and it's going to be Wesley to take strike, and it's going to be Dan Worrell to resume an over. He bowled that one ball of his 8th over. Joe Harmon's alongside me.
Afternoon, Simon.
Does that rain delay take away any prospect of an Essex victory, do you think?
I think it does at this stage.
Right, here we go then.
Yeah, I think what we've seen so far in this game, it's been quite attritional stuff. We've seen a few players manage to play their strokes, and at Ryan Patel, notably last afternoon, Jamie Smith, Matt Critchley played nicely, but there hasn't generally been a fluency to the run making to suggest that this is within their reach. Yeah, I think it'll be focused on save the game and hope they can narrow the gap as the season progresses.
Yeah, 72.4 overs available to either side. Let's try to force the win. These two are resisting last night in the closing overs after that dramatic dismissal of Ethan Bosch, that big inducker from Clark, and Brown out as well. Caught at the second attempt. Well, it's a parry from slip to Folkes. 2 wickets to go down, and effectively it's 3 down, of course, Essex, because of no Jordan Cox. So basically 7 wickets to win for Surrey, and what, another 300. Just do the arithmetic as Wesley looks to guide that down towards deep third, but hits it straight at backward point. What is it for Essex to win from here? Another
3-2-3.
3-2-3. Yeah.
It'd be some effort. Yeah, I think given what we've seen in this match so far, it's been a frustrating morning for Surrey, but 73 overs still feels like a lot of overs to get the wickets that they need.
Just having a look at potential second new ball. Well, there's a big shout, but not given. Well, there's a lot of enthusiasm from behind, and also from the bowler as well. He really did join in the slip cordon. Well, that didn't look too far away.
It didn't look too far away, did it? I think Worrell thought he had his man there. Wesley a bit trapped on the crease.
2 noises.
You think a little inside edge on the way through?
I thought I heard something. Anyway, let's have another look. Oh, I mean, that's a pretty good shout.
You can see why he thought he might have had his man.
Really good ball from Worrell. Oh, and another. And it's been the story of the match throughout.
Yeah, I think we've just seen from those 2 deliveries there why Essex will not be considering a chase here. Oh, that's an absolute beauty from Worrell, leaving him there.
Well, 2 beauties in a row. I don't know whether we can look at the LBW shout again. The end of Worrell's over. Right, here we go. There were DRS in this match. I think Surrey would have been reviewing that.
I think they certainly would have been going upstairs quick as a flash. And in these conditions, with a grassy pitch, overcast conditions, Dan Worrell is exactly the bowler you don't want to be facing, I think. He's so skillful. And we saw that in those 2 deliveries there, getting one to come back in, and the next just to leave the batter. Extra bit of lift.
It doesn't look that high either. It looked absolutely bang to rights there. Anyway, he's got away with one. Peter Hartley signalling not out. Here's Clark to Elgar, and there's the first run after the resumption. Elgar was out for a long naught in the first innings, negotiating things successfully so far.
He is the odd sort of batter who will relish a situation like this. Many players perhaps wouldn't, but this is the kind of scenario that Elgar is absolutely built for. We've seen him do it so many times in Test cricket for South Africa. The harder the situation, the more he digs in. He's a phenomenally resilient cricketer.
I know all wickets are celebrated enthusiastically these days at county level, Test level, whatever, but you really sensed Surrey's joy at getting rid of him in the first innings, because for that very reason. They knew he was a potential boulder in their way.
Particularly on a surface like this, I mean, he's very good at sticking around in challenging conditions. He's made a career out of it, really.
And Wesley right in behind that one. I think even Tom Wesley, when he eventually looks back at that LBW decision, if he does get a chance to have another look at it, might think, yeah, I might have got away with one there.
Yeah, I think he'd be breathing a sigh of relief, certainly.
I'm just trying to think, what did the umpire think it was missing or not doing enough of to be given out LBW?
Well, on first impression, I wondered if it was height, but the replay, it definitely wasn't going over the top.
No, it looked straight enough as well.
Yeah.
I think it looked to be hit in line.
And the bat didn't look particularly close to the ball.
I thought I heard another noise, and perhaps that's just something that deceived the umpire. Sometimes you go on noise, don't you, as well as sight. But it looked a very good shout. We might get to DRS eventually in county cricket.
Well, actually, Yas, who's obviously part of the commentary team here, has just written a column for Wisden Cricket Monthly on county umpires and the difficult job that they have. There's the expectation, given the live streams and we can watch their every ball now, there's the expectation that they get everything right, but they obviously don't have the safety net of DRS to fall back on in the way that international umpires do. So it's unfair, really, to have the same expectations that the same number of decisions are going to be made right, because you don't have that corrective mechanism, as Yas wrote.
I wonder whether the way technology improves so quickly these days, Clark going really wide of the crease. That's the end of Jordan Clark's over, so economical figures probing 2 for 16 from 8, 39 for 2, 71 overs available to both these sides to do what they need to do today.
It does look much lighter than we had this morning, and the forecast, I don't want to jinx this because the forecast hasn't been absolutely bang on throughout this game, but we're hopefully going to not to have too many more interruptions or any interruptions for the rest of the day.
The last time I looked at the rain radar, it suggested that from now on for the rest of the afternoon it would be clear. Just a hint, possibility of a shower later in the day, around about 6:30, 6:45, which could be the time when
could be dramatic.
They can take one wicket to win, and a ballooning short delivery.
That's absolutely taken off. Off a length, really. Wasn't short. Ben Folkes ends up taking it well above his head.
Well, that's been the problem for the batters in the game. Not just the side-base movement, but also the extra bounce, and occasionally low ball as well. We've seen 1 or 2 low balls, not on the stumps. There is a leg gully in.
I think it's been a good wicket though from what I've seen. There's plenty in it for the bowlers, but there's Patel century and Jamie Smith, Matt Critchley. They've all shown that it is possible to score runs on this
Paul
wicket.
Walter as well.
Paul Walter as well, of course, yeah.
The best pitches, I always feel, is where the bowlers just have the advantage.
I couldn't agree more, especially in a 5-day test. But I think the batters have had things their own way to a large extent in this county championship. It's good to see a match where it slightly tips in the favour of the bowlers.
Yeah, and the point being that there is plenty there for the bowlers, but if you're good enough you can still score runs, as evidenced by Jamie Smith's contribution in this match and the players we've just mentioned. Ryan Patel yesterday did a fine 100. He didn't look in too much trouble. He came in, he dug in, start of his innings, did what he needed to do, just piece that partnership together with Jordan Clark. Sorry, just potential threat. They were just over 200 ahead. Potential threat to them from this Essex lineup, but they took that away, you feel, in that partnership, and then he blossomed later on as the spinners came on, and an opportunity to take it on towards not a declaration but a total that Surrey felt safe with, so they could play with more freedom.
Such good innings from Patel. We know all about Surrey's resources, but to have a player like Patel that you can bring in, who's versatile, you can have him as an opener. He made a lot of runs in their championship winning season of 2 years ago. Equally, he can come in down the order, and he can stick around as well when the situation requires. He's not just a hitter by any means.
Just a hint of a leading edge there from Elgar. You can see the arms in the air from Worrell.
And hopefully, if we do get a bit of brighter weather, the crowd might come in this afternoon, especially if Surrey look like they're on the verge of a potentially crucial victory. We had a brilliant crowd here on Monday with the school kids in, and obviously the weather hasn't been particularly appealing for the last couple of days.
Elgar goes after it and he gets just enough of it into the top edge there, putting that well in front of square. Comes back for 2.
That looked like it might have stuck in the surface a bit. I think it was actually a bit early on that, perhaps that first delivery of the over, which really got up, was still sticking in his mind.
Well, Elgar this season well over 700 runs, coming into the match averaging in the high 50s.
Yeah, it's always going to be impossible to replace a player like Sir Alistair Cook, but they got about as close as I think you can do by getting Dean Elgar. And he signed, from memory, it's a multi-year deal as well. I think he's certainly coming back next year. And that's what you want from your overseas player, to really have an influence on the whole club, not just to score runs when they're here, but to become part of the furniture, to work with some of the younger players and to really be an overall influence.
And to be available all season, I suppose, as well.
Yeah.
Makes such a difference, isn't it? Get that continuity.
It was heartening as well. We interviewed him a few months back, Mel Farrell did, for our magazine, and he said playing white ball cricket was non-negotiable. He wanted to play white ball cricket when he was here at Essex, felt he hadn't had the opportunities. He's very much regarded as a red ball player, but he thinks he can show some strokes as well.
Well, it's actually quite nice to be trusted to, show you can demonstrate that kind of freedom in your play as well, isn't it? If you get pigeonholed, I can only play in a certain way. It's actually nice to, on occasion, to be able to go out and play in a freer way, I think, as a batter.
Especially later in your career when you want to hang loose a little.
Yeah. Well, so far so good for Essex. Not without potential mishaps. And this feels like a really important partnership between Elgar and the skipper Wesley. Not that actually Wesley's been in scintillating form this season, yet to make 100. He's been averaging just under 30.
He can be a bit of an in and out player. Had a very, very good year last year, but struggled for I think the 2 seasons before that had been short of runs.
4 slips waiting for the outside edge. That comes off the middle of the bat. It's nicely struck down the ground. To settle for 2 there.
Yeah, it looked good, didn't it? But I don't think he quite got all of it. Didn't race off the bat and hauled in for just the couple. Be interesting to see when Rory Burns decides to go to the other members of his bowling attack. Just Worrell and Clark so far in this innings. And it's a relatively inexperienced attack with James Taylor, Tom Laws, and then you've got the spin of Dan Lawrence as well.
Yes, these two bowled unchanged last night. They bowled the 12 overs. Then we had a bit of play this morning, and play resuming about 10 minutes or so ago. You imagine they'll bowl for a while. And Worrell's bowled 9. Clark now coming to the end of his 9th. And there we go. 43 for 2. It's overcast still at the over. The lights are on. There is a breeze which took away the shower clouds from it. Throughout the game, it has been a really frustrating game weather-wise, because it's never rained hard throughout the game, but we've had those interruptions. It's been the lightest of showers.
It's been a bit of an umpire's nightmare, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Knowing when
and
to go off.
ground staff as well.
Yeah, and certainly the ground staff. Yeah.
Yeah, I think some of the showers that we've had, if it were a one-day game, you might well have tried to play through it. Certainly a blast game.
Here on a Friday night, I think they'd have stuck it out.
Elgar gets that away, squeezes it down towards deep third. It's a very short boundary down there.
Yeah, it just runs away down the slope, doesn't it? Into the groundsman's hut. It's not quite a hut, is it? Like a little cave.
It's not even a shed, is it? It's hard to know how to describe it. It's a room under the stand. I dare say if that had been a blast game, might well have dived to try and save that, but it's skiddy out there from the...
And you're running downhill towards that gate as well.
Exactly. So do you want to risk that?
What do you make of these suggestions that Dan Worrell might have a future as an England fast bowler?
Well, he's going to become qualified at some point, isn't he?
Next summer, I think.
Yeah.
And he said he fancies it, that he's available. Or he will be available when he is available.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he could say, no, I don't want to play. He is 33 on the 10th of July, so he's very nearly 33 in about a week's time. So what, he becomes available when he's 34? A one-handed drive's going to bring in more runs. Is that short boundary? Another 4 for Dean Elgar. He did take one hand off the bat there.
Nice stroke from Elgar there. Just leant on it, really. Not a full-blooded cover drive, but that's not really his style.
Do you think England would give a cap to a 34-year-old former Australian bowler?
It's a good story, isn't it?
Oh, well, there was the tempter.
So Rob Key's talked about the fact that they've had some very famous bowlers at the end of their career and a lot of fast bowlers at the start of their career, not much in the middle. And I guess Worrell would be more towards the end of his career, but he does kind of fill that gap to a degree. I think he'll still be bowling very well in a year's time. I don't think there's much doubt about that. I think it really depends on how the new guns go.
Definitely. And full again. Dealt with. Yeah, that's absolutely it, isn't it? I mean, there's not quite a battery of pace bowlers, but there is a group, isn't there? There's half a dozen, possibly even more than half a dozen, who could really forward their cause in the next 6 months, year, whatever. But if they don't take their chances, then I don't know.
And with the fast bowlers, you always have to take injury into account as well. I think Dan Worrell as a kind of break in case of emergency is not a bad option to have.
End of Worrell's over. I can remember the last time England picked a an Australian to bowl at Test level. Remember Darren Pattinson?
I do.
He didn't actually bowl that badly, but England lost the game at Headingley.
And it looked like a rash selection, didn't it, at the time? It looked like a slightly panicked call. Obviously the older brother of James, who had a frustrating but very bright career with Australia as well. Amazing bowler on his day. Just injuries held him back quite a bit. I guess Rob Key is also focused on pace, and Worrell's by no means slow, but he's not an express bowler. If they were to pick Worrell and overlook Sam Cook at Essex, I think Cook could feel very aggrieved at that, given his record and given his relatively similar style of bowling. I think Worrell is a little bit quicker than Cook, but not vastly.
I get the impression that if Cook had been fit, he would have been in this squad.
From what I've heard, that's not the case. I think there was expectation that he would be.
But you think he wouldn't have been?
He wouldn't. He wasn't selected. I think he thought he was going to be in, and surprised that he wasn't, and was considered fit for selection, even though he wasn't fit for this game. That is just rumours I've heard. I can't say that for sure, but I think there was surprise that his name wasn't included. That doesn't mean, of course, that he won't play at all this summer. I would be surprised if he doesn't get a chance at some point, even if he doesn't absolutely fit the profile they're looking for. His record is so compelling that
it's an extraordinary record, isn't it? To not be picked, it's an extraordinary record. Take that many wickets at that average. He's taking his wickets under 20, and we're not talking about. We were talking about this earlier in the game. We're not talking about 40, 60 wickets. You're talking about well over 200 first-class wickets under 20.
Yeah, over several seasons.
Yeah, and again this season, he's taking his wickets at 13 this season, I think it is. 29 at 13.
And did he take 10 in the match with Kookaburra at Trent Bridge as well, which Rob Key said at the time he was very impressed with.
That's nicely done. Well, the boundaries are flowing. We talked about Essex's victory possibilities at the start of this session 20 minutes ago, and these two have played nicely so far.
Yeah, well, I'd written off the chase. Elgar's now cruised to 31 from 47, and Wesley getting in on the act as well.
Well, if Essex were to pull this off, it would be a phenomenal effort. I mean, they've done some remarkable things this season already, but in a strange way, the runs coming is not necessarily a bad thing for Surrey. I know that sounds a perverse thing to say, but if you do get a bit of a flyer and you think you've got a victory chance, it opens you up a bit. It gives the bowling side potential for taking wickets.
Yeah, well, they've got plenty to play with at this point, haven't they? They can keep attacking fields, hunting for wickets.
I think there's another shower coming over the ground. I thought that had gone. Well, that's really well done by Wesley as well. Watch out the pigeons. Saunter back for 3. It is raining, but can the umpires just keep them out there, because it might just be one of those very brief showers that we were talking about this. If it were a blast game or a 100 game, something like that, would the players would probably stay out there, because once you come off it takes often takes about another 20 minutes, half an hour to get them back on again, whereas if you just stay out there, just grit your teeth for a minute or so.
Yeah, the ground staff are on the move, but they're not hurrying into position. Hopefully that's a promising sign.
It is brighter where the weather's coming from.
Yeah.
It does feel like one of those brief showers, so how the ump's going to hold their nerve here. Ground staff must be absolutely fed up with this. I know this is kind of your job, but on off the whole time. It's frustrating for everybody. 4 more. The run's really coming here for Essex in the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, Worrell uncharacteristically losing his radar there, just drifting down the leg side. And that is meat and drink to Tom Wesley. He loves it there. Talking of unlikely chases, Glamorgan are putting something together in their game against Gloucestershire.
It can get very flat at Cheltenham, and it's a very quick scoring ground. How many are they down? Are they 3 down still? Or
4 down.
4 down now. Is Labuschagne out?
Labuschagne's out for 119, but North East unbeaten 91.
More runs. Another boundary. Well, the Oval can be a quick scoring ground as well. It might be that Rory Burns will have to change his bowling. But again, for Tom Wesley, well, if they bowl there all afternoon, Essex will win.
They will. So what's that? Six boundaries in 2.2 overs, I think.
Well, the umpires are keeping their nerve at the moment. I think that the drizzle is just easing off. They can clearly see where the weather's coming from. It is brighter away to the right of the stand, which we are watching the game from the JM Finn stand, the opposite of the pavilion end here at the Kia Oval.
Conversely, see Essex at this stage will be focusing on the draw, but a very short break here I think would actually potentially favour Surrey. The Essex players are looking in such good touch. If it's only 10-15 minutes, that could work in Surrey's favour, because they've just got a little bit loose post-lunch here.
Or back on target. The benefit of the rain for Essex is they can see the prospect of salvation in this game, probably a draw rather than a win. It's a bit closer now, isn't it? You can see a way to a draw, whereas perhaps there were times yesterday when it looked a long way off because of the surface and the fact that Surrey were dominating. But Smover's out of the game. Has given Essex a tantalising glimpse at batting out for a draw. What have we got now? 66 overs, is it?
66 after this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it'll also, the way Wesley and Elgar are playing will give a lot of confidence to the rest of the Essex dressing room as well, that actually the demons in this pitch aren't too severe. The run scoring is possible.
Surrey be saying though 2 quick wickets and it's a very different game. Oh, and that is very nearly one of them. There you are, you see. You got your 6 boundaries in 2.2 overs, and Worrell just takes one past the outside edge of the bat, very close to finding the edge of Wesley's bat. And we've seen throughout the game it is possible just to nip in with 2 quick ones.
And it's worth remembering, of course, that Jordan Cox is, I think we can say, ruled out of this game pretty much. Suffered from appendicitis on Sunday night, Monday morning. Didn't bat in Essex's first innings, and I think is very, very, very unlikely to be rising from his hospital bed or wherever he is now. So it would be quite the story, but I think that's probably a bit of a stretch.
It's something we discussed yesterday, something we were talking about off air this morning, that if you were 9 down going into the last over, would you risk something like that? Would it be allowed to happen? Well, 4 more.
Yeah, James Taylor into the attack and starts with a leg stump half volley. Elgar leaps on, tucks away to the square leg boundary.
Yeah, and that was another gift, wasn't it, really? All batters at this level would put that away for 4, as long as they weren't 4 fielders on the leg side boundary. There's one going out there now, though. I don't think that's for the catch. I think it's just more for protection. Perhaps you can bowl a bit straighter.
So it's a big match for James Taylor here, only his second county championship appearance of the season. Tom Laws is the other seamer in attack, only his third appearance. Worrell and Clark can't do all the work here, I think, to take the probably 7 remaining wickets. Surrey's bowlers are usually so good at backing up the work of their new ball attack. I think Tom Laws finishes their leading wicket taker 2 years ago in the county championship.
Well, he's certainly a very promising young bowler. Went on the England Lions trip to India. Not Taylor, Laws that is.
Yeah.
But he has had his injury problems this season. Yeah, they've got a job to do this afternoon, Taylor and Laws, because the opening bowlers, Worrell and Clark, have not been able to make the breakthrough. Essex is 2 former Test players. I think we can safely say that now, can't we? Are battling hard.
Yeah, Elgar was, I think, rather prized away from Test cricket. I think thought he had some distance left to run, but the South African selectors saw otherwise. Elgar was quite openly critical about that recently. Felt there was a lack of respect shown for the work he'd done over many years for the national side.
And Tom Wesley, who made his debut on this ground for England 7 years ago now. Amazing.
Promising debut as well, wasn't it, from memory?
He got a 50 in the second innings.
Yeah.
His last Test innings, he was 44 not out, seeing England home against West Indies at Lords.
Of course.
But overall, an average of 29 off the top of my head. Well, there's that man back now, so that one is only going to be a single to Elgar. 24, sorry. 24 in his...
From how many Test matches have you got that?
5 Test matches.
It's nothing, is it, really? I mean, one of many examples from that period where England picked a lot of batters but didn't give them very long, and we'll never really know if they could have made it or
I think
not.
that the thing was, he played those 5 Test matches, and then they were going to Australia, and they thought, is this the man for Australia? Yeah. And they sort of backed out of it, so that was the reason why that happened. Anyway, Yas Rana's coming in to replace me, and it's been a good half an hour for Essex.
Essex will be delighted with the way things have been going post-lunch. Elgar and Wesley getting stuck into the Surrey attack. Who've been a little wayward in conditions which really should favour them. We've still got the cloud cover. It's a greenish pitch. But Essex have looked in control, but it should be said there is still the odd one that leaves the batter and causes problems. Even when the runs are flowing, I don't think you can feel entirely safe on this wicket.
Tom Laws into the attack for the first time in the Essex second innings. I wonder, Joe, if the rain delay, it was another one where the forecast didn't really say it was coming, just like our delays yesterday. And I wonder if that sucked a bit of energy out of Surrey, because they were on a bit of a roll last night, took those 2 wickets with the new ball, only 7 wickets away from victory, but then suddenly edged and dropped at second slip. Catchable height to Dom Sibley. It's a spilt chance. Tom Laws has created an opportunity with his second delivery. And Joe, you normally expect Sibley to gobble those chances up.
Yeah, it was a good height, and it didn't exactly fly. I mean, it was a thick edge. Just watching the replay here. Yeah, he just got in a bit of a tangle, didn't he? Sort of cupping his hands around his right shoulder.
This time Elgar tucks it away into the leg side. Pick up 2. How big a moment will that be come the end of the day? No slip catch is easy, but that was straight to Sibley. I guess it was an awkward height. His hands were pointing down to something, as you say, was around his shoulder.
It was slightly awkward, and he got a bit cramped, I think. Further mitigation, possibly the light isn't great, but he would definitely have expected to hold on to that one.
Yeah, there's a loose shot from Elgar as well, prodding away from the body. He doesn't often play shots like that, so if you're a Surrey fielder at the moment, you'll be wondering, I hope it's not too long before he offers up another chance.
Yeah, uncharacteristically, it felt like Elgar got a little bit carried away there. A flurry of boundaries since lunch. Been playing a bit of white ball cricket. Maybe this is Elgar's white ball mode. He needs to get back in the bubble.
Straight again from Laws, and Elgar picks up another run into the leg side. He moves to 39. Yeah, I always thought with Tom Wesley, following up your chat with Simon, that there must be very few players who've had a test career as short as Wesley's who finish on a positive in a weird way.
Yeah.
Taking England to victory in a Lord's Test against West Indies, a series-sealing Lord's Test victory. Oh, that beats Wesley. It's back of a length from Laws. Bit of away movement. Really good start from the Surrey seamer. Yeah, real movement off the pitch, and in the end actually beats Wesley's bat by some distance.
Yeah, really tidy start from Laws. Should have had the breakthrough. Yeah, it was an odd one with Wesley. There seemed to be a general acceptance that he'd had his time, even though he'd had almost no time at all. And looked quite good on debut, as we were talking about runs in the second innings. Against South Africa, was it? South Africa,
yeah, South Africa here. Three debutants in that test, I think. Mark Stoneman, Tom Wesley and Toby Rowland-Jones.
And of course Stoneman did go on the Ashes tour that winter but didn't last beyond it, and Toby Rowland-Jones was highly tipped, well, would have gone on that Ashes tour no doubt. I think would have played quite a big role, but broke down injured on the eve, well, right at the end of that season. I remember it well because I'd actually just interviewed him at Lord's. I'd written up the interview, all set to go the day before we went to print, and then he went down injured. Obviously it was a bigger blow for him than me. I think we should acknowledge that.
Full and driven nicely through the offside by Tom Wesley. Rory Burns does well in the deep to keep that within the confines of the boundary. Wesley picks up 2. Essex moving along nicely. Run rate of around 3.5 runs and over, and they started slowly. Worrell and Clark excellent last night. Yeah, Toby Rowland-Jones, he was someone who was knocking on the door for a long time, wasn't he? And in the end only plays those 4 test matches, 17 wickets at 19. Still going, of course, but back then he was, not only had he done well for England, people talked of him as being someone who would suit Australian conditions.
Yeah, it was really sad because he hadn't gone through the conventional pathway. He hadn't played England under 19s, hadn't really been part of the Lions setup, had done it through hard work, obviously famously bowled Middlesex to a county championship and got there through county wickets and hard work, and finally got his chance, started brilliantly and was robbed by injury really.
Full again. Wesley picks up another single.
Still taking plenty of wickets for Middlesex. He's their red ball captain now. They're going nicely in Division 2 this year.
You mentioned going to print today is the print deadline for the next issue of Wisden Cricket Monthly. Any big names interviewed in that one?
Well, Jamie Smith being one for Surrey fans. I interviewed him at about 5 o'clock yesterday, just after he got out. Very generous of him to give me some of his time mid-match. He'd agreed to the interview shortly after being announced in the squad on Sunday morning, and the problem being that he wouldn't stop batting. There were very few opportunities to speak to him when So he made a first innings 100, and then I thought he batted absolutely beautifully yesterday, particularly that afternoon flurry shortly before he got out. He just looked $1 million, really.
Angled in at Elgar's hip, and he nudges that towards fine leg to pick up another single. 5 runs off the over. Essex now 83 for 2 after 24.
Yeah, I obviously asked Jamie about this slightly unusual situation where he's usurped his teammate to become England's test keeper. He was full of praise for the impact that Ben Foakes has had on his own keeping. He did admit that it's sometimes a little demoralising to see just how good Foakes is, because he said himself he's the best keeper in the world and I'm not going to match that. But he did also say that Foakes was one of the first to congratulate him on his call-up and was immediately offering advice on how to keep wicket to the England attack at Lord's come July 10th, which I think is a mark of the man. Obviously he's going to congratulate his teammate, but to immediately dive into that detail to give Smith every opportunity to perform as well as he can, it's impressive. Because it's obviously a blow to Foakes, and he's had it several times in his England career, and he's always handled it with a lot of grace.
Essex ticking over quite nicely here, rotating the strike well. Sorry, straying onto the pads of Elgar. The former South Africa captain helping himself with a number of singles and twos. Smith's kept a lot in white ball cricket, but he's not done the job loads with the red ball.
Yeah, let me refer to my stats that I did some research yesterday to investigate that. So he's only kept wicket in Championship cricket for Surrey twice since the start of last year. So obviously, as you say, he's done a lot of it in white ball cricket, but he acknowledged himself there is a difference certainly in terms of stamina.
And there is that additional challenge of keeping at Lord's with the slope. We've seen very accomplished wicketkeepers struggle with the slope and how the ball can really move considerably after it passes the bat.
Yeah, and James Anderson's final test match will bring a bit of added pressure as well.
Ball. And that is an excellent catch by Ben Foakes. We were just talking up his ability with the gloves. It's a drop catch in the previous Tom Law's over. This time, no mistake from Foakes. It's a big wicket for Surrey. The Essex captain, Tom Westley, departs at 28. Essex, 86 for 3.
Yep, just reward for Tom Laws, who should have had Elgar in the previous over. Sibley shelled that opportunity, but Foakes rarely shells any chance at all. In fact, he creates chances out of nowhere. This was a chance he would expect to be taken, but no nonsense, pouched comfortably, and Surrey needed that.
It's a really good catch. If you look at where he actually takes it, it's almost to the right of first slip, and quite low as well, so he does well to make a lot of ground. If we look again, excellent delivery from Laws, delivery from wide of the crease, and it just holds its line, moves away slightly from Westley.
Oh, it's sweet. There's a lot of late swing there, isn't it?
And it really is to the right almost of first slip. It's a brilliant catch from Ben Foakes. Yeah, and just another reminder, he is still really good with the gloves. And a really big wicket for Surrey, because Essex were motoring along quite nicely. That partnership between Elgar and Westley worth 69 runs, and it came in good time. 15 overs. He brings Matt Critchley to the crease. Critchley looked good in the first innings, scored fluently, probably the most fluent of the Essex batters, 48 of 59 balls. He's had a really good summer, averaging over 45 with the bat in the Championship. And another 2-2! Caught, folks! Caught Laws! Bowled Laws, rather. Surrey have 2-2. Essex 86 for 4.
Again, Laws getting the ball to shape away from the right-hander. Some latish swing. And a thick edge from Critchley. A more simple catch for folks in that instance. He's not dropping those, and suddenly the game has turned in the space of 2 deliveries.
Yeah, a very, very similar delivery from Laws. Angled in from wide of the crease, on a good length, just shaping away from the right-hander. Critchley will feel like he has to play it, given the initial angle, but Laws manages to just hold the line of the ball, induces an outside edge. It's a healthy edge too, it really flies through to folks behind the stumps who, again, although he doesn't dive, covers a lot of ground.
It does zip through. I think that might have even been a better delivery than the one that got Wesley. I think Critchley did have to play that really tight on his off stump. And I've just been saying how important it was that Surrey's second string seamers, I suppose, in Laws and Taylor step up. And Laws has done just that. He'll be on a hat-trick when he resumes. That was the last ball of the over, so we're back to James Taylor.
Yeah, really big wicket. Critchley played well in the first innings. Has been going well for Essex all summer, averaging around 45 now. Brings Paul Walter to the crease. He won't be on strike because it was the end of the over, but Walter top scored for Essex in their first innings with 64. Huge passage of play this. Essex 4 down, but effectively 5 down given the absence of Jordan Cox. Taylor to Elder.
Yeah, Tom Laws, ever since he's broken into the Surrey setup, he's shown that he steps up with big wickets at important times. And he always seems to be part of the game, which is an impressive feat given the names that are around him in this side. You know, he's one of the lesser known players, still finding his way in the game. But it's been a real mark of his game that he takes the wickets when Surrey need them and makes him a bit of a captain's dream.
Elgar tries, doesn't quite get hold of it, but it runs away towards the mid-wicket boundary, shorter side of the ground, over by the bed to stand. Elgar will pick up 2 more. He moves on to 46. Yeah, that first-class record from Laws, only 21 games into his career, 68 wickets at 21.62. Earn him a Lions call over the winter. Yeah, very rarely gets given the new ball, often bowling first or even second change. There seems to be a very clear plan to bowl straight to Dean Elgar. Got 2 men out on the leg side. Feels like every other delivery he's tucking it into the leg side. But you still do have 3 slips in place, waiting if there is an outside edge.
Yeah, he got a couple of cover drives away off Worrell. I think they've tried to straighten up a bit since then. He does have that tendency to shovel the ball into the leg side a bit. It's brought him a lot of runs across his career.
Outside off stump this time and left alone. So you were touching on it with Simon a few minutes ago. Bit of a Jimmy Anderson situation with Dean Elgar in terms that he was pushed rather than he jumped.
Yeah, I guess that's a fair comparison. I don't think get the sense there's much ill will between the England selectors and Anderson, and I would say there certainly was between Elgar and the South African setup.
Straight again, and Elgar picks up another run into the leg side, moves on to 47. It brings Paul Walter on strike for the first time.
Yeah, it's always a tough question, isn't it, to know when to call time on these great names. I guess South Africa don't have the luxury of resources in terms of test batters that England probably do in terms of test potential seamers, which made the decision quite an odd one, I thought, on Elgar's part. His own view was that as one of the last players from the sort of Graham Smith era, in terms of Graham Smith as an administrator, he wasn't particularly welcome that they were setting out on a new path, and Elgar was a figure of the past in that sense, and that perhaps he was a bit too outspoken for a dressing room that was doing things a bit differently.
He showed his worth at the start of that South African summer against India.
Yeah, well, he was initially not going to be selected for that series, he revealed.
Hat-trick ball.
Hat-trick ball.
Laws into Elgar. 3 slips in place. Full. Swinging in, but Elgar tucks that into the leg side once more. He'll pick up at least 2. He picks up 3, so that means the former South African captain reaches 50. Muted applause at the Kia Oval, but Elgar acknowledges his teammates in the Essex dressing room. The 7th time in 9 matches that he's passed 50 for Essex this summer in the County Championship. He's made a really big impact, effectively replacing Sir Alistair Cook at Chelmsford, and he's done so very effectively.
Yeah, averaging well in excess of 50 for the season. It's a really impressive effort. And actually Essex have got more runs out of him this season than they did out of Cook the previous summer. It's tough to say it's an upgrade on Sir Alistair, but he certainly filled that gap very impressively, as you'd expect, really. Got some experience in county cricket previously at Somerset, brief spell at Surrey as well. Certainly been around the block.
Oh, Laws beats Walter's outside edge. He does create chances, Tom Laws. Peach of a delivery. Just shaping away from the left-hander. Walter does well not to edge it in the end.
I think Dan Lawrence might have a role to play with the ball later. We've seen very little spin in this match. The ball's consistently swung, which partly explains that.
Oh, Walter looking for the booming drive to get off the mark. Very nearly feathers through another edge to Ben Folkes.
That was a bit loose from the big left-hander there, given the match situation and the mode of dismissals that we've just seen. I think maybe if he'd do better to get his head over the ball, have a little look first.
Yeah, I think the other reason why we've not seen much spin is not only the conditions, both the pitch and overheads, as Walter gets off the mark. It's also that we've had so many rain delays that the seamers have been reasonably fresh.
Definitely, yeah.
There was a period yesterday where I think the first 3 Essex seamers, Snater, Porter and Bosch, bowled just the first 30 odd overs just between the 3 of them because there were so many rain delays. And another lengthy rain delay today, meaning we had very little play in the opening session.
Yeah, and the same here. What Worrell and Clark would have bowled the first 21 overs of this Essex second innings.
Elgar defends the final delivery of that over. Essex now 93 for 4 after 27, chasing 361. Remember, no Jordan Cox for Essex, so they're effectively 5 down. But with the rain around early in the day, the forecast looks decent, but I'm not sure what that actually means, because we've had a lot of rain in the last couple of days that was not predicted by various weather apps. A change in the commentary box. Joe Harmon is taking a breather, and Nathan Johns has come in to replace him.
Afternoon, Yaz. Yeah, it was intriguing just listening to your conversation with Joe there at the back of the box about, spin and seam and a lot of Dan Lawrence. I wonder, well, as long as Paul Walter is playing these wafts outside off, I suspect we will continue to see seam, but especially with Elgar set and the two left-handers in, I wonder if this partnership does start to develop, is there a temptation to go to some off-spin?
Taylor beats Walter again. No, 100%. But I guess the reason why we haven't seen much spin is the ball has moved throughout this game. The seamers have been dangerous throughout. It's been really hard for batters to find rhythm at the crease. With the exception of Ryan Patel yesterday, Jamie Smith in both innings, Walter and Critchley briefly in the Essex first innings, batters have really struggled to get in. Dean Elgar playing very well here. Flicked into the leg side. A more convincing stroke from Walter.
Interesting field here Surrey have. They didn't have, from the other end, they didn't necessarily have the same leg side protection. We saw Dean Elgar whip that hat-trick ball away effortlessly. It didn't go to the boundary, but it did require a save out there. But this time around, they've got a man in front to square it deep on the leg side. Both players look very strong off their pads.
Do you think that's to do with the dimensions?
I suspect so. It is a bit shorter on that side, isn't it? Maybe what bowlers are trying to do. Taylor this end, he's bowling pretty straight.
There's a very interesting solitary over bowled by Simon Harmer early in the game. It was one of those polite overs you give a spinner before the interval, and Jamie Smith was relatively early in his innings, and he beat Smith's bat twice in that 4 or 5 ball spell he bowled to the New England man. And I did wonder, given how well Smith played, Harmer should have bowled more to Smith before he really got into his innings. He ended up bowling 16 overs in total. Bowled a fair bit towards the end of that first innings, and only really came on at the very end of that Ryan Patel onslaught yesterday evening. Left alone, and a rare mistake from Ben Folkes behind the stumps. Walter scampers through for a bite. That completes the over. Essex now 95 for 4.
So you're wondering, you're asking, posing the question, was it worth just trying that off-spin ploy just a little bit earlier than they did? I mean, it's an interesting point you make, especially when you consider Patel's knock last night. Again, the left-hander in, and you said they didn't bowl Harmer to him until quite late on in his innings. Yeah, you're right. I think sometimes it is just worth trying something different. Obviously, Surrey are nowhere near that stage yet. They're well on top. The seamers are threatening every other ball, it seems, at this stage. They're not behind the game, and I think in these conditions, it probably is only spin when you've kind of exhausted all your other options.
Straight again, and just one run. There's a man at deep square leg, but he's a good 20-25 yards off the boundary rope, effectively there to save 2 rather than the boundary. Yeah, I just wonder, Simon Harmer, he's got 930 first class wickets at 26, and
it's worth a go, isn't it?
As well as, actually Essex seamers bowled very well. Even Jamie Porter, who in the Surrey first innings was wicketless, he beat the bat on several occasions, but I just wonder, God, beating the bat again. It's outstanding from Tom Laws. He's been right on the money since being introduced into the attack. Yeah, I just wonder, Essex actually did very well to put a break on that Surrey first innings. At one point, Surrey 170 for 4 with Smith and the overseas India player Sai Sudharsan at the crease. Did well to restrict Surrey to 262 at that point, but I just wonder if could you bowled a bit more of Harmer and Critchley earlier on. Pose different questions to the Surrey batters.
A rare leave there from Paul Walter. He's been very he's looked to get the bat onto the ball so far early in his innings. We were talking about some of those unnecessary drives early on in his 10 deliveries. It was that one was far too wide to play a stroke at, but he's certainly a little bit nervy as he's trying to field a bat on ball. That's easy pickings.
Got a question for you, Nathan. Obviously listeners will detect an Irish twang. Since Ireland became a full member nation, fewer Irish faces in county cricket. Has that had an effect on the development of Irish players, do you think?
Yeah, undoubtedly. The big question is, when that happened, around 2017, I think players managed to stick around till 2019. I think Paul Sterling was still at Middlesex until then. Tim Murtagh then retired from Ireland in and around then, after that infamous Lord's Test. He chose the county route as opposed to the international route. The question was, did they have the county equivalent structure to develop these players? And the answer since then has been not emphatic, but it has been no, barring odd exceptions.
Fall from Laws, and it's another run for Dean Elgar through the leg side. Completes Tom Laws' 4th over. Essex now 98 for 4.
So yes, ever since the likes of Gary Wilson haven't been able to come over to Surrey as easily now that they're overseas players, it's undoubted that, barring a few exceptions, names like Tector and Little, they've struggled to develop, and you can see it in the fact that Ireland go away in a World Cup and only use 12 players. They only have that many players that they trust. It's a shame. They did ask the question if they could still get their guys in over here as non-overseas. I think the UCB's stance was, no, it's not our job to develop Irish cricket. So unfortunately, that's the way it is.
A change in the bowling attack. Jordan Clark returns from the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end.
You've done nothing for my reputation yet, as of wherever I go, all I ever talk about is Irish cricket. I've been set down for 5 minutes and I get the question. I'm trying to avoid bringing it up at every single juncture.
I'm easing you into it. I'm surprised that someone like, maybe you could explain why, but someone like Harry Tector, who's got this extraordinary ODI record, 5 ODI hundreds, short and tucked into the leg side. Another run for Elgar through the square leg region. He's had, I think, one county stint before, but given county's struggles to attract overseas players, and I know that Ireland players now do qualify as overseas, but if you look at the names of overseas players in county cricket at the moment, there are a lot of names that aren't particularly established, players who haven't played any international cricket at all, some of whom aren't actually that close to playing international cricket. I sometimes wonder, well, someone like Harry Tector, proven excellent ODI player, he's only played 5 test matches but done very well in them. Is it a schedule thing, or Ireland playing quite a lot, which makes their availability
a lot difficult? Of it is scheduling. I think if you're an Irish guy, you're really targeting the One Day Cup, obviously, because the bigger overseas players are playing the 100 at that stage. So Tector he played for Gloucester last year. I think he played 3 or 4 games. He got an 80 or something in his first game. So one of those where people see him come in and he does well instantly, and it's a bit of a eureka moment for him.
Ooh. Full from Jordan Clark, but it seemed to really pop out the footmarks.
But I think what didn't help him was they played a series against India in August last year, and that's kind of prime 50 over cup time, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you know, they might let Josh Little miss a series in Asia in February to go to the IPL, but during the home summer against India, you're not going to get that same dispensation.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can block a player from playing 3 one-day cup games when India are in town.
Yes, exactly. But I think it'll change. I mean, Ireland don't have any cricket in August this year. Subject to some controversy. They say postponed. More cynical people say cancelled a series against Australia. That was due for August-September time. So there is a gap. There is a window. They have a test match at the end of this month against Zimbabwe, and then after that we'll see. You know, somebody might get a replacement 100 gig or a one-day cup gig, which is more likely.
That completes Clark's first over into the attack. There's 1 run coming from it. Essex now 99 for 4. I guess given the rain that we have had, and it still is relatively murky, if this sort of cloud cover remains for the rest of the day, you think it's unlikely that we push through until around 7 o'clock, which is what we've ended up playing until for each of the opening 3 days. So actually Essex potentially don't need to bat for that much longer to get Surrey a little bit nervous here. The win probably unlikely now for Essex, given those 2 wickets in 2 balls for Tom Laws. Obviously a huge game in the context of the county championship, first versus second.
Quite like that line to Elgar. I know that they're trying to bowl straight to him, but you hinted at it in the over previously. He is just scoring through square leg and getting off strike too easily. Now that's probably not the worst result in the world, the way Paul Walter is looking to play a few shots perhaps, but just that little, like, you know, we've seen it a lot, that kind of left-hander just leaving the bat out a little bit, and that late movement back into him just on that 4th stump line. That's how they're going to get him out. I don't think they're going to get him LBW or bowled, and it does just leave him susceptible to being picked off.
And shortly before Tom Laws took his first wicket, he had Elgar dropped in the cordon, actually with one just away from the body. I wonder if as a batter you're so used to, if they're bowling straight at you, you're so used to getting bat on ball that when there is one ball thrown wide of off stump, you are tempted to get bat on it. Being told that there is rain in the air, short and left alone by Walter. But yeah, looking closely at some of the darker spots in the ground, it does look like rain is falling. It looks quite light, but it's falling reasonably steadily.
It's quite difficult to tell from up here, isn't it? Such as the strength of the glass in front of us. It's actually very hard to see any of the rain. We are slightly reliant on information from outside.
From Laws, tried that a couple of times in a row to Walter.
I don't mind that. We said it earlier, Walter he's looking to play his shots, makes it sound a little bit too aggressive than he actually is maybe, but you know, he was looking to drive, he's looking to get bat on ball. He might just have a go at one of these shorter ones. I don't mind trying it out twice in the over as he has done here. Yeah,
Walter's score 3 of 17 does not really reflect the intent with which he has started. Dug in again, and probably the straightest of Tom Laws's 3 bouncers he's bowled in this over. Walter needing to do a little bit more work to get himself out of the way of that delivery.
He's shown no interest so far in taking on that short ball. He's got 2 men back on the hook.
What do you reckon? Another short ball?
He's changed. He's coming around the wicket now. So he's changing tack. So if he does bowl that short ball, he is bowling even further into his arc with the angle. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just a bit of a double bluff.
Left alone by Walter. Slightly fuller delivery from Laws. It completes the 31st over. Essex exactly 100 for 4. I'm going to take a break, and Simon Mann is going to take my seat.
Afternoon, Nathan. Now that shower that's come across the ground, I think the umpires have decided that they just hold their nerve. It's just a flicker of rain. It's being blown away by the breeze. Let's hope so anyway. So it does look a little bit brighter away to our right hand side where the weather's coming from. Elgar at the moment doing an excellent job for Essex, holding Surrey up. Although that was that chance that he gave. He's the man at the moment. Elgar with all that experience and quality. Digging in. There are 55 overs left in the day's play after this one. Only 5 wickets to get.
Like Surrey have just shifted that line a little bit for what they're bowling to Elgar. Myself and Yas were discussing it briefly there, but you mentioned that chance he gave. He just is a little bit susceptible to that kind of fourth stump line, and I think for about half an hour or so Surrey were just bowling too straight to him. He was just picking them off his pads and off his hip through square leg just a little bit too easily. As soon as I say that, he fires a short ball at his head.
So this is the 32nd over. There are 55 and a half overs left. So if there's another rain break, that just probably would take out the possibility of a second new ball right at the end of the game, if Surrey were to need it. Of course, they're hoping it doesn't go that far. If there are no more interruptions, just trying to do my arithmetic here, 86, I think they get 6 overs with a second new ball, which, you know, if you're bowling right at the lower order or 10 and 11, it might be really useful to have one. That's something just to keep an eye on. So yeah, they'll be keen to, well, of course they'll be keen to stay out there. They want to play as much cricket as they possibly can for the rest of this day. There is a strongish breeze blowing across the ground today. One more to Elgar.
Well, I think the thing to consider is just how hard it's been for a lot of these players to start. Obviously we saw the bang bang of wickets and consecutive deliveries, but it'd be interesting to see how difficult it is for the tail to make a start, as which will come into the conversation later on in regard to that new ball.
Walton nudges one. Yeah, that's something to bear in mind. If you see a partnership develop, you think the game almost goes to sleep for a bit, but there's always the prospect of taking 2 or 3 quick wickets. You get that new player in, as we saw with Critchley out first ball. He got a decent delivery in the channel from Laws. A couple of good deliveries actually to get rid of both those wickets. I thought it was a fine delivery to get rid of Wesley, and a good ball to bowl first up to Critchley, just in that corridor that makes you think, should I play at it or not? So suddenly 86 for 2 turned into 86 for 4. These two trying to settle things down. As Laws begins a new over. Well, he's the man that's done it for Surrey today. If you are just joining us and thinking, well, the game's not progressed that much, we did have a very frustrating first session today with some light rain over the ground. It was no more than that. It's a sort of rain actually that frustrates gardeners, because it does nothing for your garden at all. It does not water the plants. It just stops cricket irritatingly. Not if you're an Essex fan, of course you're happy. As much rain, bad light, whatever on this final day. Take whatever is going your way.
Walter settled down into his innings nicely here. Probably took him about 15 to 18 deliveries, but These were deliveries he was playing at in his when he first came to the crease. It's almost as if ever since they tried to go to that short ball tactic where he just got into the rhythm of getting out the way of the ball, it just becomes a lot easier all of a sudden to just be that bit more disciplined outside his off stump. He looks far more comfortable than he did a few moments ago.
Nice and solid there on the front foot. It was his innings in the first innings that threatened to get Essex up around Surrey's score. It was a painful one, took a couple of blows on the body, making 62, so Essex leading run scorer in that first innings. I'd love a repeat partnership here with Elgar. Oh, that's really well bowled. He gets lucky there. Very lucky. A bonus boundary for Walter.
It looks like there was plenty of late movement here, back into Walter. He's played the wrong line. That one's ended up just swinging back into around off stump. He's almost anticipated that movement and looked to whip it through mid-wicket. When it's taken the leading edge and flown through the vacant gully region.
There's that short ball again, ignored by Walter. There are two men back behind square on the leg side. There's also a deep backward point. So if you played a kind of uppercut, then you might be in danger.
Yeah, it's kind of an in-between position, that kind of deep backward point or deep wide third. He's not really there to clean up any edges, as we saw from the delivery previous.
Oh, that's good from Laws again. He's getting the ball to go. Well, close to off stump, but from his perspective, not close enough. That was a good over. And he's been a threat, as you can see from his bowling figures there. Almost 6 overs today. There are now 54 overs left in the game, so we'll keep an eye on that as they tick down. And a reminder, Surrey needs 5 wickets to win. Victory target is what, 255 away. The way Elgar and Wesley started, you thought for a moment after lunch, you thought, well, they might be the chance of winning the game, but I think that's gone now for Essex. You need something absolutely incredible in the next 3 hours for that to happen, or even to be potentially a prospect. It's really a question of whether Essex can bat out these last 53.5 overs, or Surrey can take the last 5 wickets. So we've got Pepper to come, Harmer, Elgar gets another single, Porter, and Snater.
I don't think I'm a fan of this plan from Jordan Clark. He's, in contrast to Laws at the other end, he's coming around the wicket, so he's kind of bowling with the angle in towards the hip of the left-hander, and just with nobody in the saving one, so to speak, apart from mid-on the leg side. I think that just makes it too easy to get off strike. And with that angle, if he does get any swing, because he's coming around the wicket, he's naturally starting it close to off stump, so it's very easy to let it go. I think if you are coming over the wicket, and you do, as we saw from Laws in the previous over, you do get that swing back into the left-hander, it can be very dangerous because it's a very hard angle.
Well, the battle's on out there. Walter 27 balls into his innings, Elgar 87. 1 for Walter. There's that man back. And he played so well yesterday. Ryan Patel coming in at number 7. And the game wasn't quite in the balance, but you could just see a situation where Surrey got bowled out with a lead of 240, and suddenly you feel vulnerable, but feel a bit twitchy. But Patel ensured that that lead was well past 350. Really accomplished innings.
Just there, that's infuriating, I think, from a captain's point of view. You definitely should have someone in that mid-wicket region. That shouldn't be giving Elgar a single there.
It's also the last ball of the over. At the moment, they're probably slightly sick of the sight of Dean Elgar, the Surrey bowlers. They'd like to have a go at Walter, the new man. That's been a really fine, determined innings from Dean Elgar. Came in on a pair. He has been dropped.
It was a lengthy pair. Just looking back at the scorecard, he did face 19 balls for his duck.
Jordan Clark bowled really well at him. Just gave him absolutely nothing. Right, time for a change. After his 6-over spell, an excellent 6-over spell as well. Tom Law's 2 wickets. He could have had more easily. It's going to be Dan Worrell, who didn't bowl quite as well today. He lost his line. There was a glut of boundaries, Wesley and Elgar, in that first half an hour or so.
He's going to go down the Jordan Clark route here, coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Actual swing back in towards those pads. He does have protection with deep square leg back.
So the game in just a lull at the moment. What's happening around the country and the other championship fixtures going on today? Notts 191 for 4, 36 behind Lancashire. Jimmy Anderson not quite having the feast he was having yesterday. I think he has picked up 1 more wicket today. Yeah, 1 for 29 for 15. Now Worrell, he wants that fielder at deep square leg in just a few yards off the boundary. I think it's only going to be 1. It is. England under-19s playing Sri Lanka under-19s. 139 for 3. That's a 45 over game now. That's England under-19s. Luke Benkenstein, 51 not out, the skipper, son of, and also of Essex as well. Yeah. Edge just short.
Soft hand saving Walter there. A lot of famous surnames in that England under-19 group at the minute. There's a Benkenstein, obviously a Flintoff. He's not in the 11 today, but I think there is a Mustard in there somewhere in that squad.
Yeah, there's a Test series coming up as well. There's a Vaughan. Leg gully in. Walter facing up to Worrell, pushes a single. What else have we got in the championship today? So Warwickshire against Somerset. Somerset needing a further 257 runs. They're 3 down, 153 for 3. That has potential to be a draw, that game at Taunton, although still winnable by either side. A bit bit weather dependent there. I think it's some rain out west. Hampshire against Kent. Kent following on there. 264 for 6. So Hampshire look to be potentially closing in. Battling away hard, Kent in their second innings. They've been at it for nearly 96 overs. 4 wickets to go. Well, getting into a bit of a tangle there. Worrell's come back over, yields 2 singles. And on we go. So 52 overs left in the day's play. The day shortened by 21 overs because of rain.
Yeah, you mentioned rain out west, down in Bristol. They haven't started yet. England women playing New Zealand, the third ODI there. The wet outfield has delayed things for now.
Which brings me on to Cheltenham. I mean, there's a remarkable game of cricket going on there between Gloucestershire and Glamorgan. Glamorgan 381 for 5 in their second innings. They still need 212 to win. Sam North East is at it again. He's 112 not out. Labuschagne made 100. He's gone. That pitch flattens out at Cheltenham. It's a very quick scoring ground. It's 2 low scores in the first innings and then 2 huge scores in the second. So all results possible there as well, going into the last half day. We're off a quick single. Well, that was quite a tight one. Jordan Clark just couldn't get the throw away cleanly.
Yeah, just for a second there, Paul Walter looked a little bit nervous. Yeah. Clark was quick out of the blocks. I think Walter probably wasn't as keen as Clark was coming from that bowling end, but he got his skates on and it ended up being an off-balance throw. That
2 batters having a quick chat in the middle of the pitch.
Maybe not the next time, Dean.
Yeah, talking about all results possible and some of the other games, you feel only 2 results possible here now. Surrey win or a draw. Essex clearly very happy to get out of this with a draw if they possibly can, but we've still got over half a day's cricket left, 51 overs after this one. Really well done by Worrell on the boundary, scooting round. He went very quickly off the bat.
Did you see the way he threw that in? He's underarmed that all the way in from the boundary. He's airmailed Ben Foakes behind the stumps and it's landed about 10 yards away, but 3 cut strips over. That was an incredible throw for an underarm.
That's what happens when you spend a lot of time in the gym. An athletic, wonderful piece of fielding.
It was one of those where the fielding looked magnificent, and then he almost aesthetically undoes all the good work by underarming it in.
Another nudge single. You just sense that Dean Elgar's really relishing this. Okay, he much prefers his team to be in a better position in the game, but he's really up for the battle.
It suits him, doesn't it? He's that type of player. Very capable at toughing this out. Changing the field. The man who was deep on the offside is come up. So Point is now saving 1.
There'll be lots of Essex supporters joining us, watching nervously. There'll be a few in the ground as well, following this stream very nervously today. They know how important the rest of this game is. Probably sensing its odds against, but these two are giving them hope. They haven't lost a wicket now for 35 minutes, something like that. Walter somehow has got that through mid-off. Saunter back for a couple. And Clark's over comes to an end. Tea today is at 3:25, readjusted times because of, well, the rain earlier. Play resuming after lunch at 1:10 after an early lunch. Sorry, just the 2 wickets in the day's play so far, but we have basically what have we had so far? About an hour and 35 minutes cricket overall. Had a bit of play at the start of the day, then the rain. The early lunch, playing since 1:10. There's Worrell again. Goes after it and got him. Well, that plan worked. It looked a straightforward plan, an unsubtle plan, but it's come off. And Elgar has been prized out. A lot to do with his own downfall there, and that is a huge wicket in the context of this game. Dean Elgar on his way for 60. It's 5 down, and Surrey making progress.
We were just praising Dean Elgar's powers of concentration and how if anyone was going to bat out the day, it was him. The first short ball they bowled at him in some time, it has to be said, and he's lost that concentration. He's played an instinctive hook and he's hit it straight to, I think it's Sai Sudharsan out there. Straightforward catch. He actually he went backwards a little bit and made it slightly more difficult than it needed to be, but straight in. An instinctive hook from Elgar. He's furious with himself. He doesn't even stay to watch the catch being taken. He turns around immediately. And you wonder if with him goes Essex hopes of batting out the draw.
Yeah, delight from Surrey. Just couldn't control it because it got a bit high on him. The man was out there, straight to him pretty much.
It was interesting. They did try that short ball tactic at Paul Walter a couple of overs ago from this end, the left-hander hitting to the bigger square boundary on that leg side, and he showed no interest whatsoever. First time they bowl at Dean Elgar in some time, he goes after it.
Well, it's one of those, when you're out like that, you get back into the change room, you hurl your bat across the change room, frustration at what you've done. Well, he played well, Dean Elgar. He was giving Essex some hope, but with him it's still 50 overs to go. It's a long, long way now for Essex to go to save this game. Pepper, the new man, out for 1. Worrell got him in the first innings with a full ball outside the off stump. He dragged him over and he went for the big drive. His eyes lit up and he miscued it straight to backward point. Surrey back to 4 slips. Ben Gardner alongside me. Well, that was a fairly surprising moment in the game. Pepper's underway, picks up a boundary. Moore's straying onto his pads.
Yeah, I mean, Elgar, we know what Elgar, how he usually bats, and you would have, loved the situation, batted very well, and he's also such a good player of the short ball. And Essex had ground so hard in difficult circumstances. You'd say that's the first wicket to come through a real sort of loose shot. And it's really opened the door now for Surrey. Not that it was closing, but
they were being made to work, weren't they? That's the thing.
Yeah.
Essex have made them work hard today, but that felt like a bit of a gift. That was very, very gratefully received. But that's the point, isn't it, about top level sport, that you need the players to make mistakes. It's not all about the quality forcing the issue. Sometimes often it's mistakes, and about which team makes fewer mistakes. And that line of 4 waiting for an outside edge.
Yeah, and Surrey have, they've made Essex work for the runs, and even a player who's as experienced as Dean Elgar will want to score, want to feel that score ticking upwards. And I suppose there's that element of it as well in terms of survival in this game. I think it's a long shot to suggest that Essex are going to chase it, but the more they go into their shells, the more that allows Surrey to just have everyone around the bat, and no one sort of no thoughts of run saving at all. So there is still an element of how if you do manage to get a few away, it can make survival easier as well.
Yeah.
But that's the risk reward, and it's gone in Surrey's favour in this case.
So Worrell with the wicket, his first of the second innings. Surrey are 4 wickets away from vital victories. The 2 umpires consult. Has the ball gone out of shape again? It wouldn't surprise me. It looks like it's been inspected. We've had countless ball changes in this match. And it looks though we are going to get another change. Yes, it's not going through that metal hoop. Cue the new ball going round corners.
Well, yeah, I was going to say it was here we had one of the most famous ball changes of all in the Ashes last year, one that so riled up the Aussies. I did think about that. They had the Test documentary where you can see the behind the scenes of everything.
Have you watched that yet?
I've watched bits here and there. I haven't sat down and binged the whole thing.
Right.
But one bit, someone was like, go and have a look at this, and it was Usman Khawaja coming back to the dressing room when that new ball was doing its thing, and he comes back and he's talking so much about how much it's hooping around corners and how difficult it is to play. You think that can't be too helpful.
It can't be good for those to come. It's a bit like when you're watching the West Indies fast bowlers in the 1980s. If you had a position side on at some grounds, sitting there nervously. I'm pretty sure I've heard Vic Marks tell a story of Mervyn Kitchen taking his false teeth out and leaving him on the side before he had to go out and bat against Colin Croft in a match at Southport or something like that. Makes a good story anyway, doesn't it? Yeah, you're right. It's not great for the dressing room. Oh, the ball's hooping around the corner now. England have done their own, or released their own behind-the-scenes footage. I mean, I haven't caught onto it yet, but I've just noticed that in the last day or so.
Yeah, caused a little bit of discussion. People, I think Ben Stokes gave a rousing speech to his teammates in the dressing room after the Old Trafford test.
With that change ball, it's Clark over the wicket now to Walter.
So yeah, but Ben Stokes giving a rousing speech after the Old Trafford test, and a quote pulled out from that where he, I suppose it's one of the sort of the interesting things about these documentaries is you have things that are said for the sake of your team, but then if they're filmed and then put out there, they can be taken in a different light. So now people are taking it as Ben Stokes evangelising about what his team are doing, when what he's trying to do is just lift his teammates after the Ashes have gone after a bit of rain. And so Fox Cricket, who are always
so what did he say?
So he something like the joy or the memories of watching us play, for those who have been lucky enough to watch us, will live forever, that kind of thing, which I can see why people might take that the wrong way when England haven't won a series in a little while, but he's now bit back to Fox Cricket on Twitter.
How did Fox Cricket respond to that first?
So they said that his statement was bizarre, and then they also had the little caption on the graphic said, Ben Stokes, whose England team have only won 4 of their last 11 tests, speaking to his teammates, and then Ben Stokes responds saying, good to know I'm living rent free in your head, that kind of thing. So it's all part of the game, isn't it?
Seemingly.
Yeah. Clark was so brilliant last night, wasn't he? Hasn't found quite the same reward today. Although Surrey have, they had obviously that 2 wicket in that burst from Tom Laws, and then the L goal wicket kind of out of nowhere. But they have created enough. Yeah. Throughout the day.
L goal was dropped as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A very good LBW shout, which was turned down.
Yeah, that looked. I have to say that looked plumb.
Well, yeah. I mean,
it was extraordinary. It wasn't given out. Wow, that's over everything. Now I reckon that's a 6.
Yes.
2 for the no ball, and it's gone for 4.
No, you're right. I mean, really testing out that new ball that they've had delivered to them, and it's bouncing all right at least. But I suppose if you want to get it out of shape again, whacking it that far down into the pitch is going to do that, isn't it?
It really has taken off. Yeah, not easy for Ben Folks.
I was watching him, folks. He's quite meticulous about the positions of his slip fielders to his left. I saw you can't see this on the street at the moment, but you can see there's a bit of guidance going on at the moment, but he was literally lifting up the foot of the man at first slip and putting it sort of
exactly where he wants
6
it,
inches to the right, and saying like, no, that goes there, so I know exactly which ones are mine and which ones are yours.
Well, they are making a change in the field. Sorry, one of the slips is coming out. There's a leg gully. It is more leg gully than leg slip. Sort of short backward square leg.
Maybe suggest another short ball or 2.
2 men back on the leg side boundary as well. Clark round the wicket. And it's a single. No defined leg to, as I say, end the over, but we see, is that the last ball? It is indeed. We have had the extra ball. That no ball. So 128 for 5. Surrey need 4 wickets to win, and there are 49 overs left. Yas Rana's coming back in to replace me.
Surrey just 4 wickets away for what would be a really, really important victory over second place Essex. Just 5 rounds left of the county championship season after this one. Edge, but falls short of the man at third slip.
He's done that a couple of times, Walter. Controls them well down into the ground. Does feel big this last 3 hours or so. The difference between a supermajority for Surrey or a hung parliament going into the last stretch of the season.
Is there nothing in the middle? Can it only be those 2 options?
Well, yes. You say for this game. You'd think if Surrey were to pull off a win, then over a full game's points worth of lead.
Yeah.
That is significant. But if Essex obviously they'll have had designs of winning this game on really closing that gap. But if you told them at the start of the game, look, you're going to the home ground of your title rivals, and you're going to lose your best player this season before he's had a chance to bat, and you're going to come away and you're going to be 1 point worse off in relative to Surrey than you were at the start of the game, they'd probably have taken that, I think.
Yeah, still 48.4 overs possibly today. Driven nicely through the vacant mid-off region. Pepper finding the boundary. Excellent shot. He moves on to 8. Yeah, Surrey, given their scoreboard dominance, have the luxury of being able to deploy really attacking fields. 4 slips in place at the moment, leaving opportunities for the Essex batters to score. Yeah, if Surrey win this game, that lead goes up to 29 points.
Which is a lot.
Cut front of square to the left of man at extra cover, and that will be 3 runs to Pepper. Well hauled back in by Rory Burns. Yeah, 29 points with 5 rounds to go if Surrey win. I guess Surrey's fixture list, they don't have anyone at the moment remaining this season who are towards the bottom of the division. They've got a relatively hard run in, and also more so than their other title rivals, they will be affected by England call-ups. We talked earlier in the game that it's arguably unlikely that Jamie Smith plays another game for Surrey in the county championship this season. Full and driven firmly again. That'll be the second boundary of the over. Runs starting to flow for Essex.
Yeah, it's not an insurmountable lead by any means if Surrey were to go on and win this game. Essex will be thinking that it could just take one slip up, a significant slip up, say a batting collapse early in the game, and then Surrey aren't able to save it, and then all of a sudden you're within touching distance again, but you're looking for favours is the thing.
Left alone by Walter, completes a profitable over for Essex, 12 runs coming off it. Essex now 140 for 5. Yeah, at the start of the season, the general consensus and assessment from Surrey about their 2023 title win was they were good but not great. They actually did stumble over the line a little bit, losing in their final game, the Utilita Bowl against Hampshire, drawing at home to Northampton, a game where they were arguably second best actually.
So was there a big stand on the last day to sort of see them to safety in that game, I think, between Sibley and Burns?
Yeah. James Taylor back into the attack from the pavilion end.
Are there hints of a counter-attack from Essex here, or are they just taking advantage of the deliveries that are bowled to them, do you think? And especially with an attacking field, there's just opportunities to score.
Yeah, I think Surrey are pitching the ball up, looking for any swing that there is on offer. Attacking field, so there are gaps. Worrell will argue that those balls that were driven in that previous over, it's a wicket-taking length. But interesting that not as much movement through the air as we were seeing earlier on.
Especially compared to last night.
And yeah, it says 48 overs remaining, and I know that we finished late on all 3 evenings so far, but it has been overcast for most of the game. It's actually been remarkable that on all 3 days so far it's been almost at its brightest at the end. And now at 3 o'clock on day 4 it's pretty bright actually, relatively speaking. You could see some sky, which you haven't been able to say for much of this game. It's back of a length from Taylor, and that's pushed into the offside by Pepper, who started fluently. He's one of the more exciting youngsters in the T20 blast at the moment, Pepper. A lot of people really like what he's been producing now for Essex.
Yeah, no, he's got a really handy record. Scores at quite a rate. I think is he the second leading run scorer in the country this year? I think in the blast, behind Leicestershire's Rishi Patel, and has done it for a little while now as well. It's not just this season.
Short, and that's pulled by Walter. It's a top edge and it just evades Ben Folkes, who's unable to stop that ball bouncing over the boundary rope. So another boundary for Paul Walter, another boundary for Essex. Not actually that short a ball looking at the replay, but Walter perhaps eyeing up that short leg side boundary, took it on, didn't get hold of it, but he got away with it.
Yeah, there is just obviously the Elgar wicket came off a pull shot, but there is just the sign that Surrey are looking to the short ball just that bit more frequently at the moment. And that's a good follow-up. Always good not to go too full following a short ball that's caught a top edge. You want to create that indecision. You don't want to make it so that they definitely have to come forward. You want to just plant the seed, and that's what Taylor did there, and caught Walter slightly in between.
Just a few updates from around the ground. So there is play at Bristol in the third ODI between New Zealand and England. It's been reduced to a 42 overs a side affair. The forecast isn't great, so I'm not sure we'll get all those overs in, but New Zealand are batting first once again. Two very similar games so far in that series, where New Zealand have batted first, started well against the England seamers, and then crumbling when up against England's high-class spin trio of Glenn, Eccleston and Dean. There's a fixture just down the road at Beckenham. West Indies are playing a first-class county select 11 full of some really exciting names. John Turner from Hampshire, Josh Hull, 6'7" Leicestershire left arm seamer. Bit of Whitson cut firmly by Walter, and that'll run away over towards the long boundary for 4 more. Bit of width from Taylor, and offered Walter a relatively straightforward run scoring option.
Yeah, that one was there to be hit. You said the one earlier in the over wasn't that short to pull, but that was wide enough that you could sort of throw his hands at it with relative safety. And West Indies going okay in that game, it looks like.
Yeah, 207 for 4, going at a good rate as well, of 43 overs. Turner picked up a couple of wickets. Josh Hull picked up an early wicket, so West Indies were 10 for 2. But that was a 50 from Mikhail Lewis.
I think Lewis, but I guess we'll wait to hear. But he's an exciting young player, him. Yeah, he's from St Kitts, and you don't get too many West Indies players from there.
So tell us about Lewis, because he's reasonably likely to feature in that first Test match at Lords that starts on Wednesday.
Yeah, well,
today.
He's just a rarity in that he's a youngster who actually has it's early in his career, but it's an impressive first class record. Often when you look at these West Indies players who get picked, they're picked because they've hit form or they've developed. But then you look at their overall record, and it's, well, this is modest compared to the likes of Craig Brathwaite or But he's what is he, 21, 22, and yeah, there's real excitement around him because he has that imposed record. Already got, I think, 3 centuries and an average in the high 40s. So that is exciting.
And a 50 for another young West Indies batter, Mackenzie. England under-19s are going okay against Sri Lanka in a 45 over game, again affected by the weather at Hove. Luke Benkenstein, the Essex all-rounder, one of several Essex players involved in the England under-19 setup, not just now but in the last couple of years. He's captaining the England under-19s and he's currently unbeaten on 93 off 95 deliveries. He's at the crease with Rocky Flintoff, who we talked about earlier on in the broadcast. England 222 for 4 after 37 overs there.
What other cricket families have we got in that 11? We've got Thomas Rue.
We've got Thomas Rue, brother of James.
Yeah. Tazi Mali's in the team. Who's exciting. And Charlie Allison's got a relative in the English setup, doesn't he?
Yeah, his brother, Essex player, who's on loan at Worcestershire at the moment, actually featured in their very impressive win over Durham at Chester Street. I think he dismissed Ben Stokes. Let me just check that. Yeah, Ben Allison. Caught Roderick, bowled Allison, 56. Looking elsewhere around the grounds, could be a fun finish at the utility bowl. So Kent following on, lead Hampshire by 130 runs. They're 8 wickets down. There are 48 overs left in that game. Harry Finch is still at the crease, unbeaten on 57. You feel if Kent can just block it for another 10, 15, maybe even 20 overs. Well, that's beaten Walter. Worrell, he's just brought his length back slightly in this over.
You know, it was one of those match situations that where any runs you can score in some ways count double in a weird way, because you reduce the time that Hampshire have to chase them and you increase the total. So
yeah,
obviously Hampshire firm favourites at the moment, but it would only take 20 minutes, 30 minutes more if Harry Finch has a bit of a dart, and all of a sudden that could become very interesting.
Oh, short from Worrell, and Walter doesn't get underneath it, and he's worn the delivery. He's not shown any sign of pain. It's the end of Worrell's 15th over. Essex 150 for 5. There's rain at Southport. Notts following on against Lancashire. They trail by 36 with 6 second innings wickets remaining. Joe Clark unbeaten on 63. Jimmy Anderson with just the 1 wicket in the second innings, 15 overs, 1 for 29. Full and flicked nicely from Pepper. He picks up another boundary. Just beat Sai Sudharsan at short mid-wicket. He started really nicely here, 17 off 11 deliveries. Yeah, just a little bit too straight from Taylor, straying onto Pepper's pads.
Yeah, it's nicely played. 17 off 11 for Pepper. See what you were saying about his T20 blast prowess. I don't think he's too close to the England reckoning yet.
Leg side again from Taylor, and Pepper nudges that into leg side for a single. He's frustrated with himself. He sort of motions a more attacking shot through that vacant region. There's a field change for that delivery. Surrey moved mid-wicket all the way to the boundary. An acknowledgement of Pepper's productive start, cutting off those boundary options. Full and leg side again from Taylor. It's another boundary. Essex scoring at a very good rate here.
Just going to say, moving the man is obviously, it's an acknowledgement of Pepper's, you know, of the fact that he's finding the boundary, but also it's just, you know, the difference between the run rate and the required run rate is not so insurmountable. Obviously, you know, we don't know exactly how much play we'll get left in the game, but that's what scoring these runs does. It does just mean they have that to think about.
Short and 4 more. It's another boundary to Essex and another boundary for Paul Walter. This partnership now worth 46. They've only been together for 5 or so overs.
This does feel like a counter-attack now, because as we saw as well with the Walter top edge, I think that was a sign, although, you know, Surrey wouldn't have minded seeing it, that they were going to attack.
Yeah, I do wonder, Surrey just haven't really found their areas in the last few overs. We see Dan Lawrence warm up at first slip. Yeah. Bowled a bit two sides of the wicket. Worrell a few overs ago was really searching for some swing, bowling very full with little protection in front of the square on the offside. Taylor in this over, all 3 boundaries going leg side.
Yeah, do you think, is there value in just sticking to a plan?
Driven and it's 4 more. Pepper on the attack. What an over that is for Essex. 18 runs off it. Essex now 168 for 5, and that boundary bringing up the 50-run partnership between Paul Walter and Michael Pepper. Essex now need less than 200 for the victory. 193. Very profitable over, 18 runs from it. That innings run rate up to 4 and over. As Ben said, not a lot of difference between that and the required run rate. It's forced a few changes in the Surrey field. Not too long ago, Worrell was bowling to 3 and sometimes even 4 slips. Now just 2 slips in place. More conventional, not quite a ring field, but you've got 3 men in front of the square. And Walter drives it past the man at mid-wicket.
Chase on. He's going to get there.
Burns hauls it in. Saves 1 run. They come back for 3. More runs to Paul Walter. He moves on to 39.
And that is now the 6 over mark for the partnership. So that's, what, 53 runs for the partnership in...
Yeah, 54 of 36.
Yeah. And I mean, look, they're going at a rate. If they carried this on as their scoring, then the overs aren't going to be a problem. But we still have the factor that, you know, 190 is a lot of runs, and
they only have 4 wickets in hand. And
exactly, yeah.
1 more wicket. You'll see the tail. I mean, Simon Harmer, a very capable man at number 8. I think Surrey have been a little bit loose in the last 25 minutes.
Yeah.
There's definitely been a noticeable uptick in the intent from the Essex pair, but I don't think that Surrey have been quite as on it as they have normally been with the ball.
Got, what, 14 minutes until tea, which might not come at the worst time for Surrey, weirdly, even though, you know, they're obviously the side that are really chasing victory here. Just a chance to get back in the dressing room, just reassess, just confirm their plans, exactly how they want to go about it. Maybe a bit of a slight dressing down, if that's Rory Burns' style.
I think the game will continue to move quite quickly if Dan Lawrence comes on. I think Pepper in particular will look to target the off spinner, and Essex, you know, we were talking about it earlier, the context of this match is huge, and we shouldn't forget that. And they talk about 6-pointers in football matches. This is a 48-pointer.
That's what Phil Walker's been calling it, at least. I wouldn't mind seeing Lawrence. I think that there is obviously risk to it. that they might go after him, but then they're going after the seamers. So, and there is just that. There's enough about his spin bowling, and we haven't seen much spin bowled on this pitch to know what it might do.
And I think also we're seeing a little bit less movement through the air from the Surrey seamers. And we saw at a similar time, I guess, in the Surrey second innings, that it became just that little bit harder, as it normally tends to happen with the Duke's ball, as it goes from loses a bit of hardness. It can be just a little bit harder for seamers to be effective with that older ball.
And we've only seen the 4 bowlers used, is that right so far? So yeah, that'll just be another factor as well. Quite a long session we've had between lunch and tea, and just give them a bit of rest. I mean, it's the classic, a couple of overs before tea for a spinner, but there's more to recommend at this time, and he has got his cap off there, hasn't he?
Yep, that completes Worrell's 16th over, 5 runs from it. Essex now 173 for 5, needing another 188 to win. Just 4 wickets in hand though. Really interestingly poised. Another game that's interestingly poised, Somerset versus Warwickshire. Somerset require another 220 in their chase of 410. So they need just over 5 runs and over, but Tom Abel and Tom Banton are at the crease, so if they get through the next 10-15 overs, they've put themselves in a pretty good position to mount what would be a pretty remarkable run chase, and one that would be very important in terms of how the top of Division 1 looks. Finch and Parkinson are still in for Kent. That lead is now 142 against Hampshire. In Division 2, Glamorgan are 432 for 5, chasing 593. Need 161 more from 46 overs, so the rate is on their side. Sam Northeast is still there, unbeaten on 138. He's got Dan Douthwaite for company. Douthwaite on 32. Here's Dan Lawrence into the attack. Down the leg side, and more runs for Essex. At least 2 of them. Looks like it'll be leg buys. Yeah, Dan Lawrence's first bowl of the second innings. He just bowled 1 over in the Essex first innings. Lawrence, of course, bowling against his former club.
That would be some effort from Glamorgan.
Yeah.
In an amazing game because of how low the scores were in the first innings. What did Marnus Labuschagne end up making?
$119.
Wow.
Yeah, Lawrence just drying the ball on his shirt. Not optimal conditions for finger spin bowling. Short and pulled to the man at deep mid wicket. Not quite timed by Walter. He'll probably view that as a missed opportunity. Lawrence dropping slightly short. This would be an interesting battle, Lawrence to Pepper. Lawrence's first ball, the Essex wicketkeeper. Pepper's been aggressive so far. We know he likes to be aggressive. Yeah. Lawrence is a canny bowler, likes to really toss it up, get it above the eye line, slow it down and really encourage the batter to take a risk.
Yeah, and it's an interesting field set for that, isn't it? with the not men crowding the bat, but not everyone on the boundary either. So you've got 3 men back deep at sort of a deep third, and then long on and deep square. But you also had sort of
the men that were not deep were all close, weren't they?
Yeah, like and closer even than sort of saving the single. Some there who were really there for sort of a spooned up catch, basically.
Yeah.
If you were not just mistiming one.
Often in first class cricket, you have guys who aren't on the boundary, but they're sort of hanging.
Yes.
Whereas in that over, there's a huge gap on the leg side between long on and deep square leg.
These weren't men who were saying, "Go on, try and hit it over me."
Yeah,
You could hit it over these guys, but you could also hit it to them.
Tom Laws replacing Dan Worrell in the attack. Yorker. It's a big appeal from Surrey. They really liked it behind the stumps. Umpire not interested. Laws not as into the appeal as his cordon were. It'll be interesting to see the replay. Laws takes a lot of wickets with his Yorker. Take a look at the replay here. My first instinct was pitching outside leg stump, and yeah, I think that replay confirms that.
Yeah.
He's got a very slippery Yorker. Laws, the main man for Surrey in this session, picking up 2 wickets and 2 balls earlier on. Full again, and flicked into the leg side by Walter. Yeah, just 6 overs bowled by Laws so far in the Essex second innings. That's partly a consequence of the rain. So Clark and Worrell bowled 6 over spells last night and then started again today. So actually Laws was only really brought on 20 or so overs into the Essex second innings.
But he's been the best bowler today, you'd say. Even obviously he takes those 2, but even aside from those, he's always looked threatening.
Yeah, Adelga dropped at second slip as well. He's a speculative bowler.
Fun to watch.
I think bowlers of his natural attributes tend to try and prize out wickets by being accurate, by containing, but Laws reminds you a bit of Sam Curran, actually, when Sam Curran played a lot of red ball cricket. Very smart bowler. I remember Sam Curran doing an interview with Ian Ward prior to a day's play in New Zealand back in 2019, and England playing this really flat wicket, and Sam Curran was actually one of England's more effective bowlers in that game, and Curran was talking about trying different things coming from around the wicket. He thought the pitch was, the odd ball was keeping low, so he thought if I bowl around the wicket to a right hander, maybe the odd one will skid through and LBW comes into play. Bit of width this time. Pepper looked to cut it. Width, but I don't think it was particularly short, so not the easiest ball to cut.
Yeah, and just another sign that, I mean, I'm sorry, I've dried up the runs a little bit in the last couple of overs, but the Essex are still looking to score. It's interesting you mentioned that about Sam Curran. We discussed him that little bit yesterday. And if you were to compare his bowling record to certain England greats even, who had played the same number of tests as he had, you would say that he wouldn't compare too unfavourably. It's just been at times tough to work out exactly what sort of bowler he wants to be, but that can mean that you underrate sort of the things just that you learn by playing lots of cricket, which is how to work out a specific set of conditions. And sometimes when you're looking through bits of data, that's not gonna reflect as having a specific way of taking wicket, having one specifically stand out skill, but it is still a skill in itself.
Lawrence to continue. This might be the last over before tea.
Depends probably how Essex choose to play it. If they
Yeah, the clock's just ticked to 23 past, tea at 25, so this probably will be the last over. Lawrence into Pepper. Cuts it straight to the man at deep third. Yeah, just following on from what Ben was saying in the last over, that same field for Pepper, just 3 men out and everyone else really in tight. It's a similar field for Walter.
It's similar, but Walter has that shorter leg side boundary, so it's sort of fancy that if someone is going to have a go at it might be him, just because of the angles at play.
I guess playing against the spin makes that slightly harder.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But it's a very short boundary, certainly compared to the one on the other side of the ground, so it's not a big hit. We saw Ryan Patel hit several sixes in that direction yesterday. Oh, slightly slower from Lawrence. He gave it some air, inducing a false shot from Pepper. Lawrence does get more turn off the pitch than your typical finger spinner.
And than your typical part-timer, yeah.
Not sure we can call Dan Lawrence a part-timer
that's
anymore.
true, yeah. Maybe.
Genuine all-rounder. Yeah. Surrey's first choice spinner at the moment in red and white ball cricket. He cited it as one of the reasons why he made the move to London.
And it's that sort of false shot why they've got this field in place. I mean, that one goes, sort of on the ground in the leg side. But you can easily imagine that kind of thing popping up off a leading edge to the man at short mid wicket.
And also really skillful bowling from Lawrence, because he has so little protection on the offside, but that is where his deliveries are starting. He's got 2 men in front of the square in the offside, one at a pretty straight mid-off, the other at a very short extra cover, but that's it. So he's really tempting Pepper to play that drive. Lawrence is looking to get one to drop and turn past Pepper's inside edge. This one is dabbed towards deep third. It'll be a single. Pepper moves to 26. It completes Lawrence's second over. Essex now 181 for 5 after 46 overs. And the players will walk off the field. It's the end of a fascinating session, one that Surrey did pretty well in initially. Tom Laws breaking the Westley-Elgar stand. The pair were looking dangerous, the 2 elder statesmen of this Essex batting lineup. Took 2 wickets in 2 balls, first Westley and then Critchley, both caught by Ben Folkes behind the stumps. And at that point, Surrey felt like they were on the verge of securing this victory. Just 4 wickets from that point needed to secure the win, but since then Essex have fought back and fought back hard. Paul Walter on 43 not out and Michael Pepper 26 off 28 have counter-attacked. Surrey have not been quite as on it with the ball as they had been previously, but there's been a noticeable change in intent from the Essex pair, who have put on 64 in fewer than 10 overs, so scoring it better than a run of ball. Play will resume in 18 minutes. But don't go anywhere, folks, because in the interval you'll have a look at the second glances that the Surrey digital team are putting together, the sort of behind the scenes highlights and narratives of their T20 games. You'll see the second glances from their victories at Lords against Middlesex and at home against Glamorgan.
quite simple at the top of the order. You come in with generally speaking, obviously as an opening batsman, you go in and there's fielders all inside the circle, so you just have to play strong shots. It's quite nice and simple.
Surrey have loads of all-rounders in all formats. The all-rounders basically give more freedom to the batters and more options to the captain.
I always grew up being a batter, and obviously I bowled as well, but when I got picked for Surrey, I got picked real young and naturally was batting lower down the order. And only in the last few years when I feel like I've sort of turned that finisher role into a bit more success, which is I guess one of the harder roles to be successful at, I've had a bit more opportunity up the order.
His batting is just a whole new level at the moment, where in some team compositions you'd call him a batting all-rounder.
I love my batting. It's definitely a lot more fun than bowling in T20 cricket.
To be honest, I'll be a little bit more gut feel on the day. You kind of gain all the information that you need to gain. Talk to the head coach. I'll talk to Gareth Batty, Jade Dernbach, our bowling coach as well, and see their opinions and take that all in.
Make sure the stumps is following it, and then it becomes a catching opportunity. Yeah. The side's so short that it's like you're either side of it, but it's 4 anyway. How do you reckon? SG 2 out left side to start? I'm happy with it.
Not just his captaincy, obviously this year. I mean, what he's done on the Test circuit and with the England badge on his helmet, you know, he's been fantastic, and it's incredible to see that, you know, and it feels like time's flying. Because it wasn't long ago those guys were proper puppies.
No, I don't mind it. Like chopping the stumps is straight. I was just saying with Gus, like Escobar's in for example, I don't mind having 2 out on the next side and going. Because if you beat the infield here, it's 4 anyway. Like it don't make much of a difference.
I think everyone's a different leader in their own way. I mean, it's all about the message that's put across and trying to do it in your own way. I mean, we're all on the same page in the Surrey team. I think we played together a lot. We have underperformed in the T20 stuff in the last years, but I want to sort of implement my own leadership style.
Our bowling attack certainly, like, you know, want to take the game on and grab the game by the horn, so to speak. You're obviously just assessing in split seconds after that event has happened.
Just had to try and sum up pretty quickly as to whether we, you know, keep attacking the top of the stumps or get some defensive balls in and just win the back of the power play.
It's a great thing being a bowler. You have 24 balls where you can have a direct impact on the match. That's the best part about T20 cricket, is that competition with the bloke down at the other end who's just trying to maximise each over.
Yeah, it's been like a little bit frustrating at times. So I feel like the group's been bowling well and, you know, been making some good decisions and having good conversations. You know, I think we're starting to make some good progress.
And I find it's best for me to be aware of what I'm up against and having an idea of what they're trying to do, but as much as I can stick to things that I'm really good at and put the percentages in my favour as much as I can.
Bloody chuffed day. Like, nice to get a bag full of wickets tonight at Lords, but yeah, pleased to have contributed, especially in an important phase of the game in the power play. Things on the pitch, you know, we're trending really nicely, but we've got to turn it around tomorrow and improve again and go up another gear.
Can you give this to Dan? I should get stingy about it, 50p.
We've learned. We've been like an algorithm. We've been learning as we've been moving forward, which is very good, very pleasing. The captain mentioned that in the changing room, that we've got better and better and more unified understanding of how we move in the field, batters partnerships, bowlers partnerships, rhythm of the game. I think we've been really, really good, and that's why I keep championing the team aspect.
So obviously the pace of the game's so quick.
It'd be great if you can just have all these physical skills that, run between the overs, be in position as quick as you can, all this sort of stuff. It's obviously great when that's flowing, and that's a sign that a team's flying.
It is about all the players. The very proud fact from a team point of view is that we are playing as a team. Individuals are always going to have performances within that, but I think the team performance on both nights has been the impressive part.
You played at the home of cricket last night, you played at the home of cricket here tonight. Two fine venues, two good pitches, two good games.
There's only one home of cricket and we won here tonight.
To restrict it to 100 was great, and then once it's chased down, it's even better. So
We've sort of end this 8-game period in a position that we're relatively happy with.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the Kia Oval for the final session of this intriguing cricket match. Essex will not go gently. They are fighting hard here. 181 for 5, in effect 6, of course, because of Jordan Cox's unfortunate appendix issue earlier in the game, so he won't be available to bat. And so they have effectively 4 wickets to protect and 41 overs to do so. Michael Pepper and Paul Walter are the unbeaten batters, and they've both played very responsibly but also expressively as well in that period just before tea. Michael Pepper in particular, very strong off his legs in particular, and anything up, pitched up, he punches down the ground very attractively. He's having a good season in white ball cricket in particular and has broken through into this red ball side. Paul Walter is just continuing his fine work on the back of 100 last week and runs in the first innings. That's hit him. That is nasty. Just below the heart there, I think. He's okay though, but that surprised Michael Pepper, and he's not the first player to have been struck across the course of this game. It's been a pitch where you have to have your wits about you and be prepared to wear a few for the cause. Joe Harmon is with me this afternoon.
Afternoon, Phil.
Afternoon, Squire. So, can the visitors eke out a draw here?
Interesting little session before the break there where Pepper and Walter seemed to decide that attack was the best form of defence. I wondered if they thought they might have a dip at this. 180 in 41 overs. If you had a couple more wickets intact, maybe, but it feels like a stretch, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't really think that's on the cards. I think the nature of the championship itself makes it redundant, really.
In that Essex can go away with a draw, there's still plenty of time to close that gap on Surrey.
Yeah, exactly that. I think
they can't risk it, can they, at this stage?
I think, again, if they were only playing each other once this year, as say happened last year, then perhaps Essex would look to really go hell for leather here. But with the game still at Chelmsford looming large at the back end of the season, if they can feel like they're just within touching distance, and there would only be a 1 point shift from the start of the game should they get away with a draw here. Surrey picked up one extra bonus point, and so the lead would only be 13 points if Essex could get away with a draw here. I think, considering what they've come up against as well, with, as we say, Jordan Cox's injury and Sam Cook not being able to make the final 11. Not going to happen for him, though. Michael Pepper throws his head back in agony. He's not been able to resist it, and it's a enticing, foolish half volley, really. He's thrown his hands at it and now throws his head back because he has to go. You feel he'd been played so nicely before tea. This is a crucial blow to Essex's chances. It just a murmur of away swing. That is Tom Law's stock in trade, and a tidy catch at second slip. Big moment, Joe.
Yeah, not dissimilar to Law's 2 wickets before the tea break, getting that little bit of away swing. I think that was a touch fuller than the 2 wickets we saw him take before.
Yeah, he's changed again the tempo and complexion of this innings. This is what he does.
On reflection, I mean, that you could say it was there to drive, but given the match situation, I think Pep will regret throwing his hands at that one. Didn't really call for that, and Essex really in the mire now.
They are, and it's a regrettable shot, really. We were praising his controlled aggression or expansiveness before tea, but he was playing within himself. If it was on his pads, then he would attack it. If it was under his eyes, then he'd punch it down the ground. But there was no need, really, so early in the piece, straight after tea, to play that shot. And he perishes. He can have no one to blame but himself. Tom Laws, 8 overs, 3 for 20. Jordan Clark it is. And another fresh air shot. It's been a feature throughout this cricket match. Paul Walter joined now by Simon Harmer. You feel like these are the final 2. They'll be looking skywards as well, I would say. There's patches of blue sky, in fact, and it's as bright as it's been across these last 2 days, in truth. But the light meters came out at the end of day 2, and Essex will be hoping that those clouds roll in and the umpires do their thing.
Possibly a bit of Essex optimism there, though. I think it looks about as bright as it's looked.
No, it does indeed.
All day at this point. But we've seen throughout this game the clouds roll in, some unforecast rain arrive. So it's definitely worth Essex's while at least clinging in there as long as they possibly can, because who knows what might happen. And that means playing a lot more tightly than we saw Pepper in the first over after the tea break.
Obviously, as you know, Joe, I'm studiously impartial, but twice today I've said it's far too dark, only for my producer to point out I was wearing sunglasses. Gorgeous shot. Sign of a man in fine form. He's barely touched that. It's easy to get on top of the bounce when you're 7.5 feet tall, but nonetheless that is a classy shot by an increasingly classy player. He made a brilliant 100 last week to get Essex out of the mire against Durham. He made runs in the first innings and he's on 47 now, and he's looked entirely at ease. He has an uncomplicated way of going about things, does Tall Paul. There's a shot of a man in form.
Yeah, he's a fascinating cricketer as well, so he's obviously been around for quite a few seasons now and never been quite clear what his best role is. I'm not sure Essex have been either, really, but it looks like he's kind of carving out a niche for himself now against red ball and white, and has a more clearly defined place in that side, and he's become a really key player for them, hasn't he?
Absolutely that. This has been a breakout year for him in red ball cricket. I think he's found the right tempo. When he first emerged into the side, he played a stodgy old form of red ball cricket, really, and yet you'd see him in white ball cricket freed up, and he can obviously hit a big ball, and straight away he made his mark in white ball cricket. Became a key part of Essex's side, but also got himself 100 gig. He's played the odd franchise tournament as well around the world, but I don't think he's quite worked out the right tempo in red ball cricket. Well, I think he's found it now, and he's technically pretty sound. Another one ticks by. Essex will be ticking these off. 48 gone, a long haul still, of course. 39 carded still to bowl.
Yeah, it'll be a monster session if we see all of it. We haven't really managed that with the light closing in each evening so far, but I think Surrey will fancy their chances of finishing this off well in advance.
Yeah, it's working out nicely for the home side. If you look above, relatively calm, not much breeze, and blue skies above us. Sun dappling the ground now. Tom Laws, irrepressible, in again. Yeah, Essex, for all that they've fought hard in this game, they will be so cranky, I think, that if you look at some of the dismissals in this second innings, Dean Elgar's hook shot with a man posted back for it, Michael Pepper straight after tea, a couple of injudicious shots as well in the first innings in particular. When you're playing against a side as relentlessly good as Surrey, everything has to go your way.
And playing with 10 men definitely doesn't fall into that category. I mean, well, we'll see how much longer they can cling on for, but to have played the best side in the country with 10 men and the player that's missing is one of your informed batters and a player who can take the game away from the opposition, they're desperately unfortunate in that sense.
Yep. It's a big day yesterday for Ryan Patel, though. And again, just another example of the depth of talent here at the Kia Oval, that he's been the spare batter for much of the year and much of last year too. The game was absolutely in the balance when he came out. And looking at Essex here, 185 for 6. If anything, Essex may have been slight favourites. And he played absolutely beautifully. Perhaps freed up in the mind by knowing that other players will be kicking around and that this is the last championship game for a little while. But he's a fine player.
The whole game has been a very good example of what this Surrey team about.
Yeah, exactly.
Even when the stars don't necessarily shine, Dan Lawrence has failed twice in this game. You have someone like Ryan Patel come into the side, play a match-changing innings, and then Tom Laws now. When I was on commentary earlier with Simon, we were talking about it's a big opportunity for Laws and for Taylor to step up. Worrell and Clark couldn't do the work all by themselves, and Taylor's had a tough afternoon, hasn't quite found his line. But meanwhile, Laws has been exceptional, as he so often is in a Surrey shirt.
Yeah, he really is. So much of Chris Wokes about him. That consistency of action, everything lands right. He's an orthodox swing and seam bowler, but he has a sense of occasion as well. The number of times we've seen in his young career that he does this, he just shifts the mood in an afternoon, in a spell or two. I saw him do this against Kent last year. In fact, it was the year before, on a Saturday morning, when he cleaned up 3 or 4 excellent players, including Zach Crawley, and he was just unstoppable. This is what he has. Bounce up from Jordan Clark. 2 men out for that hook shot. Paul Walter has been relatively unconcerned by the throat balls so far. Played a couple of lovely pull shots from up to down, really, getting on top of the ball. Looks like he has a bit of time.
Well, having seen how Dean Elgar perished, a very odd dismissal from Elgar, really. You wouldn't have thought he'd get sucked into playing that shot with the field set exactly for it. You'd think Walter's going to be a bit more judicious.
Yeah, I guess all you would possibly say in mitigation, and look, it was not a good shot and the execution was poor as well, but there was a man around the corner at leg gully, and possibly he would argue, well, I need to play that shot because otherwise I'm putting myself in a situation where I could glove it, inside edge onto a thigh pad, balloons up and so on. I mean, I'm clutching at straws for him because it wasn't an ideal shot, but I guess that would perhaps be the thinking. But no, but that moment seemed like it was the hinge point of the day, really.
It was a slightly unusual innings from Elgar, really. 60 off 95 in a 4th innings rearguard. He played more shots than you would have expected. Some very nice shots along the way too. Maybe frustrated by what was a 20-ball duck in the first innings. Had a little point to prove. But Surrey won the mind games there, certainly. Jordan Clark with the big breakthrough, as he so often is for this Surrey side. He's such a talisman for them with bat and ball.
Yeah, he's a serious new ball bowler as well. The number of times that he breaks through, obviously he's a versatile cricketer, but he's become a very useful new ball bowler, reliable.
You know, I feel that almost came about by accident. They had a few injuries, he ended up taking the new ball. I don't think that would have been their plan, what would have been 2 seasons ago now. But he's such a handy player to have on your side. Like you said, he can play so many different roles with the ball. Gets those early wickets with the new ball. When the pitch flattens out, you get the older ball. He's good at keeping it tight in those periods where it doesn't look like a breakthrough is going to come.
Yeah, and he can crank it up as well. He's bowled some fast spells this year, late 80s.
And when Surrey do lose so many of their players to international cricket, I think it's so important to have players like Clark, who at this stage in his career is realistically not going to be challenging for England honours, but you know he's going to be turning out every week for Surrey.
Just briefly then, on that, Gus Aktinson, one of 2 quick bowling debutants named in the squad alongside Dylan Pennington. Can you see the logic? You behind the selections?
I can certainly see the logic. It's exciting, and I guess that's what we crave. That's what we want out of Test cricket. There's some murkiness around Sam Cook's non-selection. I'd have certainly had him in there if he was fit and available, as he seems to have been.
That one scuttled along the floor by Tom Laws. So you have to be mindful and watchful at all times out there. It's been a fascinating cricket pitch, this, because it's offered something throughout. But as we've seen, with Jamie Smith making 170 runs in the game and Paul Walter making 2 scores, plus of course that Ryan Patel 100, you can score runs on it.
I think particularly with some bad weather around, I think groundsman Lee can be pretty happy with the surface he's produced here. It's been a fascinating watch right from the start. At least when we've been able to get on the pitch. Yesterday was clearly a frustrating one. More frustration this morning. But there is still time here for Surrey to get a positive result, extend that lead at the top of the county championship. Going for 3 in a row.
Do you feel like if Surrey get it done here, the championship is all but sealed?
It does feel that way. It does, particularly as you get later in the season. You pick up a few injuries. Essex don't have that depth of squad that Surrey do.
Durham,
Surrey
of course,
are very hard to beat. Very, even if they don't win a game, they generally grind out a draw. So they're hard to make hard to eat into a lead. So yeah, I think if Essex can escape with a draw here, they'll be absolutely delighted.
Oh, they sure will from here. It would be quite an achievement.
I think we'll have the neutrals on Essex side, though. I think county cricket fans crave a county championship title race that goes right down to the wire.
Yeah, just looking at those teams just behind the top two. Hampshire, of course, have bossed their game against Kent. They are on the verge of clinching that one, with Kent having in fact, correction, I've just updated my score and Kent have managed to get past comfortably Hampshire, but with just 1 wicket down and 160 lead, that game is still available for Hampshire, but that could be an interesting final finish. Durham, of course, who were also threatening on a good run, they went down in an interesting game against Worcester. Great result for Worcestershire, going up to Chesley Street, bowling Durham out for 190 and 152 to win that one by 6 wickets. And so you feel like Durham's charge towards the title is done for this year. So it really does come down to these two, you feel. Somerset unlikely to force a result, with 180 needed going into the final session of their one.
They're having a good crack at it, though, with Tom Abel and Tom Banton there.
They are. This is against Warwickshire. 180 needed. We're at tea in that one at the moment. I guess they will take a punt at it.
At this stage they would, and they've got the players, certainly in Banton, who can switch to T20 mode. You never quite know.
Still, you would think it would be one hell of an achievement to pull that off, but keep an eye on that one as this game wends along as well. Be a good win. Should they pull it off? Gorgeous. And Rory Burns, not for the first time today, slides to save a run. So just a couple to Paul Walter. But again, it's further sign of just how easy he is in his technique, and that does bring up his 50, 80 deliveries. Entirely unflustered throughout, undemonstrative kind of character. Very popular among the team. And as you say, Joe, he's turned himself into a key part of this setup.
Yeah, second half century of the game. Picked up the key wicket of Jamie Smith yesterday afternoon as well. Very, very handy cricketer. And it looks like he's still prepared to play his shots. He's not going to just dig himself into a bunker. He thinks that's the best way to negate this Surrey attack. And I think there is some logic in that. It's just about picking the right balls to go after.
Yeah, he's very well organised, isn't he? Just plays inside his bubble. He's not tempted by that short ball. He's not playing ego cricket or anything like that. Beats in this time, just held its line from around the wicket. It's good, this, by Jordan Clark's picked up 2 already into his 18th over. It keeps on coming at you. And it has been the Laws and Clark story, really. We've seen hardly any spin, really, across the game.
Were you surprised Essex didn't use more of Harmer and Critchley yesterday in particular? I guess the rain breaks meant the seamers were well rested, could keep coming, and the ball was moving throughout. But just when you've got spinners of the class of Critchley and Harmer, I was a little surprised that we didn't see a few more overs from them.
So I wasn't here yesterday. As you know, I was travelling with a colleague of ours, and we were looking at the scorecard, and I assumed he must be injured. I assumed he must have pulled up that morning. Didn't see him for ages. Yeah, I did find that curious. But then I would imagine chances were regularly being created. I guess once Patel gets in, though, and starts to kick on, left-hander as well against the right arm off break. Could have seen him much earlier.
Yeah, and the thing with Harmer, he's such a good bowler that to an extent the conditions are irrelevant. He's picked up wickets on all kind of surfaces in county cricket since he arrived here.
Yeah, and we saw that in the first innings as well. He applied the brakes. I think he bowled 6 overs for 7 runs in his first spell, and just changed again the rhythm of that day. And looking at the scorecard, that's what they needed. It looks like the wheels were coming off towards the back end of the day. So yeah, they've had their moments in this game of Essex.
You mentioned the Laws Chris Wokes comparison, and it's definitely there, isn't it? Following that thread, Chris Wokes had a hugely successful England career in these conditions. Could you see Laws, who's still starting out, really stepping up? He doesn't fit the Rob Key muscular quick mould, does he? That has been so clearly defined over the last few months.
Yeah, it's almost provocative, isn't it, by Rob Key to indicate that he's, as he said, perhaps slightly tongue-in-cheek or slightly flippantly to one of the nationals back in March. I don't care how many wickets you've taken. I want to know how fast you can bowl. I want to know how hard you hit the pitch. And so he does not fulfil that role. But then somewhere down the line, cold hard numbers has to count, right? And one thing that really does mark Laws for me, I've seen a fair bit of him now over the last 2 or 3 years, is that he's got great game sense. He seems to sense when the moment belongs to him, and because he bowls such a full length all the time and he's accurate, he's always giving his captain a chance. He's just a very mature bowler for his age. Yeah, very little to hit.
It's telling that when he came into the attack as well, Dan Worrell had actually conceded quite a few boundaries, been a bit wayward, very unlike him, and Essex were threatening to get away in that period. And it was Laws who put the brakes on and got the breakthrough.
Yeah, again, talk about Elgar as the hinge point of the day. Perhaps the real moment was the 2-in-2 to get rid of the skipper Tom Wesley and then to nick off Matt Critchley. Critchley couldn't have done anything about that. Just played the line, didn't follow it. No curtain rail, just did his best to smother the late swing, but wasn't quite up to it. And Laws picked up 2-in-2. And Critchley's had an excellent summer as well, so it's a huge wicket, really.
And Laws, of course, should have had Elgar in the previous over to those 2 wickets. Dom Sibley dropping a relatively simple chance at slip.
Yeah, he's got great style, as Tom Walter. Paul Walter rather. He's quite a lugubrious kind of character, isn't he? You don't get much from him. He kind of plods around a bit, ambles up to the non-strikers. There's no tics or mannerisms or idiosyncrasies.
Enjoyed watching him. I think he was in the 100 last year. Bowled very well. Yeah, but again, big occasion, big crowds. He didn't look unduly fussed by what was going on around him.
Yeah, I like his style. And he's played beautifully throughout this game. We're getting right across his stumps. Naught from 21 for the South African. So his approach is pretty clear.
As you said, it feels like these two are going to have to do a vast amount of the work. Shane Snater's a good hitter of the ball, but I don't think of him as sticking around too long. Not his usual role. And Jamie Porty, I'd say, is a genuine tail ender.
Yeah, indeed. So just a reminder again, effectively this is 7 down for Essex. But Jordan Cox not able to bat, and you're quite right, Joe. Their new signing, Ethan Bosch, played nicely in the first innings, but was thrown in as the night watcher last night, and that's a tough gig against a rampant Surrey side, and he was cleaned up by Jordan Clark, who was irrepressible by this point.
It's another beauty from Clark there, beating Harmer's outside edge, just getting the ball to leave him.
Further complications, of course, for Essex is that Jamie Porter dislocated his finger earlier in the piece to his left hand, so not his bowling hand, but that will be a further concern for him should he be required later on. But Simon Harmer, as it stands, stentorian in defence. Another one ticks by. Still a long haul though, 33 overs carded.
And of course after this we're back to the blast, aren't we?
Yeah, different rhythm.
After our slightly strange two match interlude for some red ball cricket, you just get back into the rhythm of it again, and then we're back to the blast. By all accounts,
gorgeous again by Paul Walter. His timing has been superb this afternoon. Yeah, back here on Sunday, I think it is. Sunday afternoon, the blast resumes. Surrey currently top, of course, of the South Group.
Looking to end their long run without a T20 trophy. It's bizarre they haven't won it since the very first one.
Of course, yeah, and the London Derby, of course, on Friday night. Oh, he's bowled him. It's kept low. Tom Laws is stealing this day, and you wonder if the championship as well is falling this very afternoon into Surrey's lap. Paul Walter has played beautifully and courageously throughout the afternoon. He just tried to turn that into the onside, Joe Harmon, and it's just kept a wee bit low.
Yeah, we've seen a few balls stay low and evade the stumps. On this occasion, unfortunately for Walter, that was bang on target, and he's played on there, I think, hasn't he?
He has. He was just trying to bunt it into the onside, pick up a quiet single.
Yeah, he's kind of shoveled it onto his own stumps after he'd played so nicely, easing the ball for 4 the previous delivery, and he got caught in a slightly ugly position there.
Yeah, it looks a bit ignominious, but I'm not sure it's really too much that he can be faulted for. I think he's expecting that ball to bounce over the top of the stumps
and play it off his hip.
Exactly, and therefore giving him the angle with which he can just drop it into the onside.
Yeah, drags himself from the crease. And that's 4 for Laws.
So, Shane Snater, who Joe Harmon's already written off, but I think he would understand where you were coming from.
I just said he wasn't a blocker.
He's a stroke maker, Joe, you're right.
You can see them home from here.
Yeah. Now there is a thought. So, 7 down, but effectively 8. 9-10 Jack.
And Tom Laws chasing what will be a 4th 5-for in just his 21st first-class match. Some record he's putting together.
Yeah, he's been immaculate today. 4 very, very good wickets as well. No easy wickets out there. Good quality, authentic swing bowling.
You'd say there's more to come from him as an all-round package as well. We've seen him in the One-Day Cup, the 50-over competition, make a lot of runs. I think it was the season before last. Haven't seen so much of that in red ball cricket. Hasn't had a huge amount of opportunity, but I think that's another part of his game that can really develop in the years to come, make him a really formidable all-round cricketer.
Yep, just his 3rd first-class game of the year. Played the first 2 weeks in April. And will run away fine for 4. And byes signalled. Runs immaterial, of course, really at this stage. It's all about survival. But it's a long haul for the visitors, you would feel. Weather looks pretty clear. Clouds quite high.
He's searching desperately, searching the sky for
just reporting
sign of clouds rolling in.
Reporting from the field, Joe.
It's probably worth putting in context here that I think at the start of the season not many would have fancied Essex for the title. I know they came 2nd last year, but it's been a real impressive effort to keep pace with Surrey so far this summer.
Yep, and they will say to themselves, if assuming that they do go down here, that it's not over. We were even talking like that maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, and then Surrey got beaten quite heavily by Hampshire, so you never know. But it did feel like this was the 48-pointer.
Yeah.
And Essex needed to get something out of it, really. I'm going to quickly jump out. And Simon.
Well, a lot to do for Essex. 2 wickets for Surrey. Snater, his 3rd ball. It's off strike straight away. That's going to need something really special. It's on this surface, you just feel it's not straightforward batting out of a draw. There's some pitches you come up against, sometimes at the Oval as well, on the final day you feel you can bat out, but you feel there's just enough there. There's that new ball if we get to 6 overs left that Surrey have the option of taking, and there's still 31 overs left after this one, which is a lot of cricket. Oh, it wasn't that far away from playing on there.
Yeah, but I think players in this match have looked most comfortable when they've been playing their strokes, but Essex don't really have that luxury at this point, not least because they've got 2 tail enders, or at least a lower order batter in Harmer at the crease. But it feels like if you just dig in, there's a ball with your name on it sooner rather than later.
Yeah. So we've had to be patient today. Essex have made them work hard, and so has the weather. Yeah, a couple here, Harmer. We might look at 3. In fact, Lawson's got the ball in his hand as they turn for the potential third.
How crucial do you think this game is in the title race, Simon? Are we talking this up too much, given how many games there are to go, or does this feel a decisive blow potentially?
Surrey win, I think it is.
Yeah,
a long way. The only issue is when you get to late August, September, and the next round of matches is what sort of team is Surrey going to be able to put in the field? They'll have potentially have some England calls.
Yeah,
there's some white ball cricket. There's plenty of white ball cricket in September. So who are they going to see? Are they going to lose Jamie Smith? You presume that he would get in England's white ball team as well.
I'd be surprised if he doesn't feature in that series against Australia at the end of the summer.
Yeah. What does that mean for Will Jacks? There are lots of T20 matches against Australia as well as 50 over games. So imagine that Will Jacks will be required for that. So people say, there's Will Jacks to come back, but ain't necessarily so.
You don't think he'd be in a squad at least?
Definitely. And then
they might even want to have a look at Ollie Pope in some white ball cricket.
Possibly. But he might come back. But also, there's an England tour to Pakistan in October as well. So, would Pope play that much Championship cricket in September? Would England say, look, you've just played 6 test matches, and there's another 3 to come in Pakistan. Actually, does he need a bit of a break? So would he play all those games, even if he wasn't available, wasn't called up by England? So there's that. It's Gus Aktinson as well. How much is he going to be available?
Well, now he's part of the England group. They're going to be very careful about how much first-class cricket they let him play, aren't they? Given his injury record, the style of bowler that he is.
Dan Lawrence, you'd feel, would come back into the side. Obviously he's with the side at the moment, but he's in the England squad for the next 2 test matches,
and he looks set to be the player to miss out yet again. It's almost 2 years, or more than 2 years, since he played a test match. That's right, which is incredible given
March 2022 is the last time he played. Yeah,
given how often he's been within that squad. Rob Key was asked if there was any chance that Lawrence might get picked above Bashir as a batting all-rounder who offers a bit of spin, but I think Key poured cold water on that idea. I think he's there as the spare batter, and they want a frontline spinner in their side. So I don't think that's. You could see it happening at some stage if the conditions dictate that way, but I don't think we're going to see it this summer. I think they want to give Bashir a proper run as their premier spinner.
Sam Curran presumably will be in England's white ball plans potentially for September.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talent, but not all of it
will be
going to be available to Surrey in that key month or month and a bit. And he goes after it. Is there anything on it? No. I thought for a moment there Ben Folkes was going to throw that in the air, possibly off the glove of Snater, but no. There are 2 men back for that pull shot. Is a short boundary down there. Any sort of contact, you'd be pretty confident of lifting it for 6. So I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? So if Essex were to win a couple, Surrey to draw a couple, it depends on the weather as well. There are lots of possibilities. Oh, that one really just scuttles.
Whereas what you would say, Essex's side is... Actually, I suppose Jordan Cox would definitely be in the frame for a
white ball place.
Later on in the
if he's going to be fit, I suppose. I mean, it depends how long you're out with the appendix. You'd think by the time the championship picks up again, late August time, that he'd probably be ready to play again.
Yeah.
Interesting stroke.
Potentially not what the situation requires at this point, but Snater's eyes lit up. Essex really haven't been able to resist those big drives outside off stump to Laws, despite the fact that the ball is curving away from them, finding the outside edge on 3 occasions, and then getting the wicket of Paul Walter to pick up his 4th.
Edge but short. Seen that a few times today. Actually, the ball landing short of the slip cordon, and we saw a low ball there, and that over from Laws. He's bowled really well today, excellently. 4 for 26 from his 13 overs. So there are now 30 overs left in the day for Surrey to take 2 wickets, for Essex to survive or score a notional 361. What's that? 159 more. I think we can forget that. I think we forgot that pretty early, to be honest.
I did, and then started to think maybe I'd been a bit hasty, but yeah, I think we can certainly put that one to bed now. It has got a little darker. I'm not suggesting they're going to be leaving the field of play anytime soon, but the late afternoon sunshine seems to have left us, for the time being at least. Thick cloud cover over the oval, as we've had for the majority of this match.
I did say on the rain radar earlier that there's a possibility of a late afternoon, early evening shower, which could really come a decisive moment of the game. It has just darkened a bit over the oval. The lights are on, so there's that you can throw into the pot as well. You can see the dark clouds above. Talking about run chases.
Glamorgan still going?
Well, the 400, latest I've got is 467 for 6. They need 126 more to beat Gloucestershire with 4 wickets remaining. Oh, that's a nasty one. It's gone over Folkes' head for 4.
I think has that knocked the stem guard off the back of his...
I think it did, yeah.
Yeah.
The stem guard that batters use at the back of their helmets these days, following the tragic circumstances that led to the death of Philip Hughes.
Yeah, I don't think Harmer's been hurt by that, but there's going to need to be a bit of a patch-up job on the helmet, I think.
Well, it was a good short ball, took him by surprise, not looking at it.
Yeah, he certainly took his eye off that one. It could have been quite nasty, actually. Fortunately for Harmer, it just glanced the helmet. No damage done to him. Perhaps a little to his protective headgear.
Yeah, so just on that, which it's incredible that we're talking about the possibility of a Glamorgan victory. They're chasing 593, and that would be the highest successful, if they were to get there, and there are a few ifs there, aren't there? Well, one big if. They've still got some work to do, but they've given it a real go. It would be the highest successful run chase in first class cricket in this country, and the second highest anywhere ever.
Wow.
So there's a game in India where a team scored over 600 to win, and this would be the second highest successful run chase.
And is North East still going there?
North East, Sam North East is 157 not out, and Tim Van Hoogten is 5 not out. It's been a bizarre game of cricket. Cheltenham often throws up these types of games of cricket, actually.
And Taunton can do as well. And we've got another interesting chase going on with Somerset 273 for 3, requiring another 137 runs to win. And Abel and Banton both motoring.
And you feel there in that game, what are we? I'm not sure how many overs left. It's about 4:30. There's still time left in that game. Taunton is a very quick scoring ground, relatively small ground. Somerset really surely have to go for that, don't they?
There's no reason not to, is it? I think they're
third in the table.
They're clear of the relegation spots.
Yeah.
They can go all out. They've got players capable of taking on a chase like that. James Rue still to come in. Casey Aldridge, an exciting all-rounder. And certainly Tom Banton, there's not many players in the country who you'd rather have at the crease at this point with that chase on. He's on 77 not out, 102 so far.
A couple of interesting run chases going on in the West Country.
The County Championship's thrown up plenty of unusual chases, outstanding innings. Lewis Kimber last week, of course. Bizarre, really.
It's extraordinary. Back with the action. I say in the West Country, we classified Cheltenham as West. Gloucestershire, obviously, a West County, or west of the country county. Just on the sort of north bit of the West Country, really, Cheltenham.
I'm not sure of my definitions there. I'd tread very carefully.
I don't have to step so carefully, being from that part of the country.
Okay.
I can have a stab at it. Anyway, the western part of England, a couple of good chases going on. Well, this never really threatened to be a run chase for Essex. It really was a question whether they can bat out time. Aided a bit by the weather. We've lost 21 overs today. Lost overs yesterday as well. Lost time. And, actually, every day has been rain affected in this game. But Surrey 2 wickets away from victory. Harmer knew that was coming. He's banged in a couple in this over now. Jordan Clark.
Yeah, there's certainly from that end, Clark's got his bouncer to kind of balloon over the batter's head on that occasion so far that I don't think he felt he was in any danger whatsoever. But some of them have kept a little low, so it keeps you guessing. I've seen Harmer already be hit once in this over. It's been an impressive spell from Clark, keeps coming.
Last ball of the over, wide of the crease. And, one that just rattles the cage a bit. But Harmer has kept it out. And they, at the crease here, Essex, they haven't got the worst numbers. Well, 9 and 10 together, and Harmer and Snater. I can think of worse 9s and 10s that played first-class cricket.
Harmer's certainly a very capable batter on his day.
Of course, he's not a number 9.
He'd be number 8, wouldn't he?
Number 8, but Bosch was the night watchman last night, and also Jordan Cox as well. So it's not quite 9 and 10, but it is effectively the penultimate wicket to fall.
Dan Worrell back into the attack, replacing Tom Laws.
Whoa, it's very well taken by Ben Folkes. He calls the no ball for height. And just actually, we had that conversation about what can happen in the rest of the championship if Surrey were to win. Okay, it's a nice bankable lead, isn't it, going into the final 5 rounds of matches, but it can be overturned. There's also a couple of rounds of Kookaburra ball matches as well.
Of course, yeah. It's those unknowns, isn't it? That's what everyone else is hoping will scupper Surrey's march. And Surrey did fall away a little last season, opened the door for Essex and promptly shut it again. Although you could argue Essex rather shut it on themselves with a slightly odd penultimate match. That declaration, I think, would cause some surprise. But they're just so attuned to winning now, Surrey. That's it's like any great sports team that they get in a position that you just don't think they're going to throw it away.
This would be their 6th win of the season if they can pull it off. I'm just trying to work out, Joe, you might do this better than me. If Somerset were to win, would that take them above Essex into 2nd place? At the start of this round of matches, Essex 125, So they've taken 3 points in this game, 1-2-8. Somerset 1-1-4. Yeah, I think it would take them into second place, wouldn't it? Take Somerset above Essex in the table, so it wouldn't be 29 points.
Yeah, putting together an impressive season, Somerset. I think most people probably had them more towards the bottom half of the Championship at the start of the season in their predictions. They've been such a good white ball side, so good in the blast, going well again in that competition this year, but they've really got their act together in red ball cricket. Seem to marry the red ball and white. Tom Banton being a good example. He's had a really good first class year.
Wide of the crease. I think what we can say is that Surrey would be strong favourites, but nothing is guaranteed. It's a good position to be in going into the last 5 rounds of matches. Hedged, but no one there. That would have been a catch to a 5th slip, something like that. Possibly gully. Surrey going with 3 orthodox slips, and Snater gets away with one.
Yep, streaky there from Snater. Playing away from his body. Not in control of the shot at all. I wonder if Surrey might be putting someone else in that cordon.
Well, it's a shot to encourage a bowler, that, really. When you, I know you don't want to be totally defensive when you're trying to bat out for a draw. Well, he's floated one right up there, Dan Worrell. That was another attempt to go on, hit that one as well. Just held it back a fraction. It wasn't quite as quick as the one before. Just floated it up. It did too much, really.
Yeah, he's a canny bowler, isn't he? And the outthought Snater there. Ball was just a little bit too good for him in the end.
Right, 28 overs left.
Jordan Clark's long spell continues.
I think when you in a situation like this as a batting side, you don't start to hope again until possibly the last hour starts.
And that's often when the wickets tumble, isn't it? As soon as that hope starts to kick in.
We're basically talking about a whole session with the last 2 wickets of trying to survive, aren't you? And you're looking at this length of time left, 28 overs, that's basically a session, isn't it?
Yeah, no doubt they're up against it.
And one of the unknown factors in the match, of course, is they have been playing with 10, no Jordan Cox. I'm not saying that Essex would have won the game or anything like that, but it does make a difference if you're playing a man up for most of the game.
Well, it certainly does, and you know what, the margin is 148 at the moment. That's a good bouncer from Clark. You know, you could make a fair case that on his recent form, Cox could comfortably make 150 runs in a game.
He has made 763 runs this season at nearly 70.
So there you go, that's a huge loss to take out of this Essex side.
And it's a shame Sam Cook as well not playing.
Absolutely, and I'm sure Surrey's more devoted fans won't agree with me, but it's a shame really that we have lost Cox from this top of the table clash. You want the best players playing in games like this, and Essex, for different reasons, have ended up without perhaps their 2 best players, or certainly 2 of their best players. I mean, Surrey could also argue they're missing several of their best
well,
players as well.
Ollie Pope, have they, or Gus Aktinson playing in this game? So, yeah.
But then obviously Surrey do have those deep resources. But yeah, it's been an enthralling game nonetheless, even with some of those star names missing.
Snater being tested out with a short ball. Discomforted Harmer in the previous over. Of course, the other thing as well is that Essex do play Surrey in the last game of the season, but then it might be done by then, that's the thing. But if there's something on it, there's a bit on it, then it could be enthralling.
And all the neutrals want that game to be live, don't they? It'd be such a great way to finish the summer.
Yeah. Only a single. That's the end of Clark's over. Still striving away. As are Essex, trying to resist the championship leaders. Not trying to give them anything at all, making them work as hard as they possibly can to take these last 2 wickets to win the game. So Harmer out there for 39 balls now, Snater for 20, just trying to build something here. 27 overs left in the day's play. 6 overs potentially with a new ball. The last 6 overs of the match. Dan Gardner's here.
They're battling away, aren't they, Essex? Yeah. I mean, they... When Pepper and Walter were together, you wonder if they could have stretched that partnership out a bit more. They might have had a little bit of a dart, but now it's all about survival, which can be tricky. But these two are sticking to their task.
Did I call you Dan? Ben, I meant Ben. Sorry.
Sorry?
Apologies.
There's a lot of Dans and Bens around.
There are.
Just good when there's 2 on commentary, whoever it is. We had a moment earlier in the tea room where you came down and you looked around. You saw, hang on,
the whole commentary team's down here. Who's supposed to be on air upstairs? Yeah. Fortunately, there were a couple of people who were up here. A single down to fine leg off the pad.
Another excellent round of the County Championship, all told, hasn't it? You've got Glamorgan just threatening to do something completely ridiculous down at Cheltenham. You've got a brilliant partnership being built between Tom's Banton and Abel for Somerset. It's great to see Tom Banton after a tough couple of years rediscovering sort of the virtues of first-class cricket in some ways. And this game could yet be a pretty interesting finish. I mean, obviously you look at the overs left and you think, especially with Essex effectively 8 down, but with bad light around, Surrey will just, they'll want to wrap this up sooner rather than later.
Banton's out and
Taunton
has gone for 81, 283 for 4, 127 to win. Oh, that's just rolled along the ground. One of the features of this game has been this steep bounce. Every now and again we've seen one keep low, but crucially outside the off stump. You don't want one of those on your stumps. Glamorgan 107 away from creating history.
And Sam Northey's still there.
486 for 6. Oh, that one's taken off. Play that one. Well, you can't. One low ball outside the off stump. One that bounced. And he's edged it through, and Harmer is on his way. Dan Worrell's found a fine delivery from this pitch that's helped the bowlers throughout. and Surrey are 1 wicket away.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of ball that, you know, even without the context, you'd expect to find pretty hard to play. But given the ball that's come before as well, that's you know, got along the floor a bit, and that is it's got a little bit of lift. It's moved away. That is as close to unplayable as you can get. Apart from that, you know, you might say, well, could he have left it? But you can't leave when you saw what the previous ball had done.
Well, also as well that you kind of have to play at it because of the angle.
Exactly.
And it's so difficult. And Harmer walks off there saying, well, you know,
what more could I have done?
Yeah, what more I can. I'm a lower order player. I mean, that's getting top order players out that delivery as well, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
And well, might Dan Worrell celebrate because they are nearly there.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's been a tougher sort of day for Dan Worrell, tougher sort of innings. He had to, you know, last night was threatening with the new ball, but it was Jordan Clark who broke through. A few passages where Essex just got on top and he went for more runs than he'd normally expect, but he's plugged away, and the thing with him is he's always capable of moments of quality like that. That was, yeah, a really, really fine piece of bowling.
Yeah, even without that low ball the ball before, that probably would have got Harmer out, but put the two together. Right, 1 wicket to go then. Snater's on strike because it was the last ball of the over. Oh, that's close, surely. Out. Oh, 2 in 2. And Surrey have wrapped it up. It's happened very quickly at the end. Essex 9 down, but all out. With no Jordan Cox to bat. And Surrey are in their huddle celebrating. It's probably taken them a bit longer than they would have imagined, but coming up to 10-5 on the final day, they have wrapped this game up. And another low ball by the looks of it.
Yeah, let's have a look at it here. Well, it was full enough. And, you know, playing across it somewhat. And fitting, I think, Jordan Clark, who kicked it off yesterday to finish it. And, you know, Tom Law's bowled brilliantly as well through the middle of the day. And, you know, we've talked quite a lot about Jordan Cox and about, you know, him being missing for Essex and what's that meant for them, but Surrey have been thoroughly deserved winners here, and have, you know, had to battle the elements as well. Really tricky passage of play yesterday with coming off and coming on, and, you know, bit of dank conditions, and they've had to battle today too. You know, there were times when Walter and Pepper were going. Dean Alger obviously played very finely for that 60, and him and Tom Wesley put the partnership together, but they've always kept probing, kept creating chances, and they've got their rewards in the end.
Definitely. And Snater there, probably just hanging back, expecting the short ball. We saw a few short balls, didn't we, from Jordan Clark?
Yeah.
And it probably just kept a fraction low as well, but he was right back and pinned in front. Straightforward decision. And Surrey walking off with the points.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Jamie Smith and Ryan Patel in a good-natured argument about who gets to lead the team off. And it looks like Jamie Smith won the argument, which means that Ryan Patel is leading them off.
Yeah, fine 100 yesterday. Jamie Smith an excellent 100 in the first innings. The bowlers doing their job as well. Tom Laws,
he's
superb today.
By the end, Tom Laws to lead them off. Yeah, he was brilliant.
There's a bit of competition actually to see who is it going to be, because there have been a few stars for Surrey in this game, and well, Tom Laws was the man today. And there's Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, acknowledging that they have ultimately been outplayed by this Surrey side. So what have we got in terms of final margin of victory? I make that one. My arithmetic is not very good, Ben. I reckon that's 145 runs.
I've got 145.
145 runs. That's pretty comprehensive, albeit that it was 11 against 10.
Yes. And I suppose almost fittingly that Jordan Cox has been averaging pretty much 70 for the season. If you think batting twice, 70 is so
we're going to call it a tie, are we? A moral tie.
Yes, a moral tie, but an actual win for Surrey, and a hugely important one. You know, the championship would have still not decided by any means, but would have been pretty neck and neck if Surrey had just gained a point on Essex in this game, if Essex had batted out for that draw. But as it is, leading by 29, that is a hefty deficit to have to make up. And it
depends on the
can
Somerset
happen.
result. If Somerset were to
Yes.
win, then I think Somerset would go second. So, but they are 29 points ahead of Essex.
Yes.
With 5 rounds left. There's the match summary then. Surrey 262. Essex faltering in their first innings, and that was key, wasn't it? That 82-run lead that Surrey were able to build on. Largely thanks in the end to Ryan Patel's 100. That made the task for Essex so difficult in their second innings. And then Tom Laws today with 4 for 26. Took 2 in 2 after a good start to the day from Essex. Trying to benefit from the rain. 21 overs lost, and they came out and played well for half an hour, then 2 in 2. And then Essex always up against it. 3 for Clark, 2 for Worrell, and 4 for Laws. That 4-man pace attack. We've sometimes seen it as a 5-man pace attack for Surrey, and it often gets you, and it's taken down Essex in this game. So 215 for 9, game over, and Surrey register their 6th victory of the season. Okay, well that's it. We're going to wrap things up here at the Kia Oval. Well played Essex, but congratulations to Surrey, who are now in a very strong position at the top of the Championship table. Next action on this ground is on Friday in the Blast. Middlesex are here for the London Derby, and I'm sure plenty of people watching this will be here as well. I'll be here on the ground to watch that game on Friday. But that's it. Hope you enjoyed our coverage over the last 4 days. It's been frustrating at times with the rain around, but another excellent team performance from Surrey. Okay, we're going to say goodbye to you. Goodbye from the Kia Oval.